Story 1. Working as a nurse in the bustling city hospital was a routine that I had come to accept and thrive in. The endless shifts, the high-pressure environment, and the constant stream of patients were all part of the job. But one evening, a series of unsettling incidents began to unravel, revealing a dark side of the healthcare system that I could never have anticipated. It started on a quiet Monday night. The hospital was quieter than usual, with fewer admissions and a lull in the chaos that usually defined our shifts. I was assigned to the general ward, a place where patients with varying conditions were monitored and treated. The night had been smooth so far, but a peculiar incident caught my attention as I made my rounds. One of my colleagues, Greg, had recently joined our team. He was well liked by the staff, with a friendly demeanor and a willingness to help. However, there was something about him that always felt a bit off. His interactions with patients were curt and detached, a stark contrast to the compassionate care that was the hallmark of our unit. I brushed off my concerns, attributing them to my own skepticism. But then, things began to go awry. A patient in room 214, Mrs. Wilson, had been deteriorating inexplicably. Her condition was stable when she was admitted, but over the past week she seemed to be getting worse without any clear medical reason. As her primary nurse, I took her vital signs, administered her medication, and did everything by the book. Yet the patient's condition continued to decline. One evening, as I was updating her chart, I overheard a conversation between Greg and another nurse, Linda. Their voices were low, but I caught a few alarming phrases. The less they know, the better, and covering up mistakes is the only way. My heart raced as I processed what I had heard. Greg was always in and out of Mrs. Wilson's room, sometimes for brief periods. I'd noticed that he seemed to be the only one entering her room during times when her condition worsened. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to monitor the situation closely. I started keeping detailed notes on the times Greg entered and exited Mrs. Wilson's room. I also began documenting any changes in the patient's condition, along with the medications administered. My suspicion grew as I noticed a disturbing pattern each time Greg was involved. Mrs. Wilson's condition took a turn for the worse. One evening I was in the break room, discussing the case with Linda, who seemed increasingly uncomfortable with our conversation. I mentioned my observations about Greg, and Linda's face went pale. She hesitated before speaking. "I've heard rumors about Greg. Apparently he's been struggling with his performance and covering up his mistakes, but I didn't think it was this serious." This revelation only intensified my fears. I needed more evidence. I reached out to the head nurse, Karen, but she was busy and dismissed my concerns as overreaching. Feeling frustrated but resolute, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I devised a plan to discreetly observe Greg's actions. One night, while pretending to be preoccupied with paperwork, I watched him from a distance. He entered Mrs. Wilson's room with a small, unmarked vial. It was odd because all medications should have been properly labeled and logged. I followed him discreetly and saw him administer the contents of the vial to the patient. That night, Mrs. Wilson's condition deteriorated rapidly. Her blood pressure dropped dangerously low, and she began to exhibit signs of severe distress. I immediately called for emergency assistance and stabilized her as best as I could until the doctors arrived. The following day, I confronted Karen with my findings, including the detailed notes, times, and the observation of Greg's suspicious behavior. Initially skeptical, Karen agreed to a discreet investigation. The hospital's administration conducted a thorough review of Greg's activities, medication logs, and patient outcomes. The investigation revealed a disturbing truth. Greg had been deliberately administering incorrect dosages of medication to cover up his own mistakes. His incompetence had led to numerous adverse effects on patients, and Mrs. Wilson was just one of his unfortunate victims. The evidence was undeniable, and Greg was swiftly removed from the hospital. The fallout from the incident was significant. The hospital had to address the damage done and implement stricter oversight measures to prevent such abuses in the future. Mrs. Wilson, thankfully, began to recover after receiving proper treatment, but her experience left a scar on the hospital's reputation. For me, the ordeal was a sobering reminder of the importance of vigilance and integrity in healthcare. It was a stark lesson in the need to stand up against wrongdoing, no matter how difficult or unsettling it might be. While Greg's actions were shocking, they reinforced my commitment to patient care and the ethical standards that should guide every medical professional. The experience had a lasting impact on me. I learned that even in a field dedicated to healing and care, darkness could lurk behind the most trusted faces. It taught me that the true essence of nursing is not just in the tasks we perform, but in the moral courage to protect those who rely on us for their well-being. Story 2. I was alone in my apartment on a chilly autumn evening when I noticed a letter slipped under my door. It was unusual for me to receive anything like this, especially not at this time of night. I picked it up cautiously, the envelope plain and unmarked, save for my name written in an elegant script. I could already sense the oddity of the situation, but curiosity got the better of me. I tore open the envelope and pulled out a single sheet of paper. The words written on it made my heart race. I know all about you. Your deepest secrets, your hidden fears. It's time you knew that someone is watching you. Figure out who I am, or the revelations will continue. The letter was unsigned. I read it over several times, trying to make sense of it. I had no idea who could possibly know such intimate details about me, let alone have the inclination to expose them in such a chilling manner. I scanned the room for any sign of an intruder but found nothing. I was alone except for the creeping sensation that I wasn't. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My routine seemed to have shifted. Every glance, every rustle in the hallways felt like a hint of someone's gaze lingering on me. I tried to go about my day normally, but my mind was preoccupied with the letter. My personal life had always been fairly private, and I kept my circle of friends tight-knit. I couldn't think of anyone who would have a motive to harass me. I began to retrace my recent interactions, trying to uncover any clue that might point to the sender. I reviewed old emails and messages, rethought conversations I had had, and even scrutinized mundane interactions at work and with friends. The more I dug, the more I found myself at a dead end. My life seemed to be an open book to this mysterious person, and yet I couldn't figure out who was reading it. Several days passed with no new correspondence, but the letter's contents continued to haunt me. It wasn't just the idea of someone watching me that unsettled me, it was the thought that they knew things about me that I hadn't even told anyone. It felt like the walls of my apartment were closing in on me. One evening, while I was sorting through old files in my study, I found a box of old keepsakes, photos, letters, and mementos from years past. As I sifted through the box, I came across a photograph of a group of friends from college, one of whom was an old acquaintance I hadn't seen in years. His name was Marcus. We had parted ways after graduation, and I hadn't thought much of him since. An unsettling thought crossed my mind. Could Marcus be behind this? I recalled our last conversation, where he had seemed unusually interested in my life and where I was headed. Had he taken a sinister turn since then? Determined to find out, I decided to reach out to Marcus. I found his contact information through mutual connections and sent him a message asking to meet up and catch up. He agreed, and we arranged to meet at a cafe downtown. When we met, Marcus greeted me with a friendly smile that felt oddly rehearsed. We talked about old times, exchanged pleasantries, and tried to bridge the gap of years apart. I kept my questions indirect, probing for any sign that he might know more than he was letting on. The conversation seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. After we parted ways, I was left with more questions than answers. Marcus didn't seem to fit the profile of someone who would send threatening letters, but there was an element of familiarity about his responses that troubled me. I couldn't pinpoint it, but I felt that I was getting closer to something. A week later, as I was leaving work, I noticed a man lurking near my car. His face was partially obscured by the shadows, but his posture seemed familiar. I approached him cautiously, and he quickly turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. That night, I received another anonymous letter. This one was different. It contained photographs of me leaving work, as well as snippets from conversations I'd had with friends. The message was clear: you're not as careful as you think. Keep looking, or I will reveal everything. The new letter pushed me to confront my fears more directly. I began to investigate my surroundings meticulously, installed additional security measures in my apartment, and reached out to law enforcement. They advised me to keep a low profile and be vigilant. One evening, as I was returning home, I noticed a light flickering in the hallway of my building. I followed it and found a man standing by the door of an apartment I knew to be vacant. When I approached, he quickly turned around and started to leave. It was Marcus. Marcus, I called out, trying to catch him. He turned around with a look of surprise on his face. Why are you here? He hesitated before admitting that he had been following me, but insisted it was not to harm me. Marcus revealed that he had been trying to warn me about someone else who had a more sinister motive, someone who had been manipulating events from the shadows. He had hoped to give me clues to uncover the real threat, but had been too scared to approach me directly. As unsettling as it was, Marcus's revelations gave me a sense of clarity. With his help and the authorities involved, we were able to identify the real culprit, a former acquaintance with a grudge against me. The mystery of the letters was solved, and though the ordeal left me shaken, I felt a strange sense of relief. The experience changed my perspective on trust and privacy. I learned that sometimes the answers to our deepest fears lie not just in the darkness, but in the connections we make along the way. Story 3. Working at Bright Futures Daycare was supposed to be a straightforward job. It was a small facility on the edge of town, known for its warm, welcoming atmosphere. I joined the team with the intention of making a positive impact on the lives of the children, helping them learn and grow in a safe environment. I wasn't prepared for the dark secret that would reveal itself. From the moment I started, the head caregiver, Mrs. Geraldine, impressed me with her commanding presence and seemingly genuine affection for the children. She had an uncanny way of making each child feel special, always smiling and praising them. Yet something felt off from the beginning, an undercurrent of unease that I couldn't quite place. My job involved working directly with the kids in the younger age group. I noticed that Mrs. Geraldine often took a keen interest in the children from the older groups, particularly the ones who were more challenging or had behavioral issues. She would pull them aside for what she called special attention, and though I initially thought nothing of it, I began to grow concerned about the frequency and nature of these sessions. One afternoon, after a particularly long day, I stayed late to finish some paperwork. As the building quieted down, I heard muffled voices coming from the storage room adjacent to the office. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate. Peeking through the slightly ajar door, I saw Mrs. Geraldine with one of the older boys, Timmy, who had been particularly difficult in recent weeks. She was speaking to him in a stern, harsh tone that contrasted sharply with her usual demeanor. Timmy's face was flushed, and he was visibly upset. Mrs. Geraldine's voice was low, but I could make out a few snippets of the conversation. She was berating him for not behaving properly, using phrases like "you need to learn to listen," and "you'll understand when you're older." The intensity of her words was alarming, but what disturbed me more was the physical punishment. She had grabbed Timmy's arm tightly, and he flinched with every movement she made. I hesitated, unsure of what to do. I had always been taught to respect authority figures, but what I was witnessing felt profoundly wrong. I decided to quietly leave the room and call my supervisor, who was also my friend Karen. I explained what I had seen, and she agreed that it sounded concerning, but advised me to wait and see if it was an isolated incident. The following days, I continued to observe Mrs. Geraldine. I noticed that her harsh treatment was not limited to Timmy but extended to several other children as well. Some were forced to sit alone in the corner for extended periods, while others were given an excessive number of chores. Mrs. Geraldine's behavior was inconsistent. Sometimes she was warm and friendly, but other times she would display a cold, authoritative demeanor that frightened the children. Determined to find out more, I began to document the incidents. I noted the dates, times, and details of what I saw. One evening, while going through my notes, I realized that there was a pattern to Mrs. Geraldine's behavior. She seemed to target children who were more vulnerable or had special needs. It was as though she was exerting control in a way that was both deliberate and cruel. I knew I needed to take action, but I was unsure how to proceed. Confronting Mrs. Geraldine directly felt too risky, and I didn't want to jeopardize the children's safety by making a false accusation. I decided to gather more evidence and report my findings to the authorities. With the help of Karen, who agreed that something had to be done, we compiled a detailed report and contacted Child Protective Services. The investigation that followed was thorough and discreet. Social workers interviewed the children and reviewed the documentation Karen and I provided. It didn't take long for them to uncover a pattern of mistreatment that corroborated our concerns. Mrs. Geraldine was placed on administrative leave pending the outcome of the investigation. The day the results were announced was a somber one. Mrs. Geraldine was terminated from her position, and the daycare underwent a thorough review of its policies and procedures to ensure such abuse would never happen again. While it was a relief to see justice served, the entire experience left me shaken. I had learned a valuable lesson about standing up for what is right, even when it is difficult. The children were eventually placed in safer environments, and Bright Futures Daycare made significant improvements to create a more nurturing atmosphere. However, the memories of those dark days lingered, a reminder of the shadows that can hide behind the facade of authority. Looking back, I'm proud of the courage I found to confront the truth. It was a challenging experience, but it reinforced my commitment to protecting those who cannot protect themselves. The ordeal was a stark reminder that vigilance and integrity are crucial in safeguarding the vulnerable, and it's a lesson I carry with me in every aspect of my life. Story 4. I was a contractor hired to renovate a house on the outskirts of town, a seemingly routine project that quickly turned into a nightmare. The house, a once stately Victorian, had been on the market for months. It was in desperate need of repair, its once grand facade now weathered and forlorn. When I received the call from the new owners, a young couple eager to transform the property into their dream home, I was excited by the prospect. Little did I know, the house held secrets darker than its peeling paint and rotting floorboards. My team and I began the project in the late summer, the sweltering heat of August adding to the house's oppressive atmosphere. We started with the basics, removing the old wallpaper, tearing out the damaged flooring, and inspecting the wiring and plumbing. As we worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was watching us, the creaking floorboards and groaning walls seeming to whisper secrets long buried. One morning, while clearing out the attic, I stumbled upon a hidden trapdoor beneath a dusty old rug. It was odd, the trapdoor was old and rusted, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding floorboards. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pried it open, revealing a dark, narrow staircase that led down into the bowels of the house. The air that escaped from the trapdoor was stale and heavy, tinged with the faint odor of mildew and decay. With a flashlight in hand, I descended cautiously, my footsteps echoing eerily in the confined space. At the bottom of the stairs, I found a small, dimly lit room, its walls lined with shelves cluttered with various items: old newspapers, discarded clothing, and a collection of dusty books. But it was the center of the room that caught my attention. There, on a small wooden table, was a collection of disturbing objects: a set of antique knives, each meticulously cleaned, and sharpened; a leather-bound journal with its cover scratched and worn, and a series of photographs, yellowed with age and grim in their content. I picked up the journal first, the leather cool and cracked beneath my fingers. Flipping through its pages, I discovered a series of disturbing entries, detailing violent outbursts and unsettling fantasies. The entries spoke of paranoia and aggression, revealing the mind of someone who had clearly struggled with their darker impulses. My stomach churned as I continued to read. The author of the journal seemed to be obsessed with a particular individual, a person mentioned repeatedly in the context of dark, vengeful thoughts. The name, though obscured by various scribbles and symbols, was unmistakable: John Blackwell. The same name was mentioned in the photographs, which depicted a man with a rugged face and intense eyes. The photos were old, black and white, and showed him in various stages of distress and anger, often holding or brandishing the very knives I had found on the table. I took the journal and photographs to the surface and showed them to the young couple. They were horrified but insisted on continuing with the renovation, their dream of a perfect home outweighing their fears. Reluctantly, I continued working, but the house had lost its charm. Every creak and groan felt amplified, and I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see a shadowy figure watching me. Weeks passed, and as the renovation neared completion, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. One night, as I worked late alone in the house, I heard a noise, a faint, scraping sound coming from the basement. The old house had been known for its odd noises, but this sound was different, more deliberate. I descended into the basement to investigate, my flashlight casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. To my shock, I found the basement door ajar, a previously undiscovered room revealed beyond it. Inside was an even more unsettling scene. The walls were covered in grotesque, chalky drawing scenes of violence and mayhem, interspersed with symbols I didn't recognize. It was clear that whoever had been here before had used this space for their dark purposes, their twisted imagination laid bare. The next morning, I contacted the local authorities, handing over the journal, photographs, and the evidence I had found in the basement. The police launched an investigation, and after some research, uncovered that John Blackwell was indeed a known criminal, involved in several violent incidents before disappearing without a trace years ago. The house, it seemed, had been his sanctuary, a place where he could indulge in his darkest fantasies away from prying eyes. The young couple decided to put the house back on the market, unable to shake the unsettling feeling that lingered in the rooms. They moved into a new home, and I never saw them again. The house, now empty and forlorn once more, stood as a grim reminder of the secrets it had harbored. For me, it was a project I couldn't forget, a house that had given up its disturbing past and left me with a chilling story of the unseen legacy of its previous owner. Story 5. I had always been the type to seek out new experiences, whether it was joining a book club or attending local art exhibits. When I stumbled upon an ad for a new social group, promising enriching activities and meaningful connections, it felt like the perfect opportunity to broaden my horizons. Little did I know, this decision would plunge me into a world of manipulation and danger. The group called themselves The Collective, a name that seemed innocuous enough. Their online presence showcased photos of vibrant gatherings, seminars on personal growth, and testimonials from enthusiastic members. It all appeared genuine and inviting. I filled out the application form and was soon invited to my first meeting. The venue was a modern, but unremarkable community center. As I entered, I was greeted by a warm, welcoming atmosphere. People were mingling, exchanging pleasantries and discussing topics ranging from philosophy to the latest trends in wellness. The leader of the group, a charismatic man named Adrian, was the center of attention. He had an aura of confidence and intelligence that immediately drew me in. Adrian's speeches were captivating. He spoke about self-improvement, the power of collective energy, and the importance of finding one's true purpose. His words resonated with me, and I felt a growing sense of belonging. I began attending meetings regularly, participating in workshops, and even volunteering for the group's outreach programs. At first, everything seemed perfect. The group was supportive, and I made several new friends. We shared personal stories and goals, and I felt like I was part of something special. However, as time went on, I started to notice subtle changes in the group's dynamics. One evening, during a particularly intense seminar, Adrian began discussing the concept of surrendering the self. He emphasized the need to relinquish personal desires and ego in order to achieve true enlightenment and harmony within the group. The more he spoke, the more I felt a sense of unease. It was as though the group's focus was shifting from self-improvement to complete devotion to Adrian and the collective's ideals. Despite my growing discomfort, I brushed off these feelings as mere hesitation on my part. After all, the group had been so welcoming and positive. I continued to participate, albeit with a nagging feeling that something was off. My friends and family, who had noticed my increasing absences and changes in behavior, expressed their concerns. I assured them I was fine, but their worries lingered in my mind. Things took a darker turn when Adrian introduced a new ritual called the Awakening. It was presented as a transformative experience designed to bring members closer to their true selves. The ritual involved a series of intense meditations and confessions, followed by a symbolic act of surrender. The details were kept vague, but it was clear that it required a significant personal commitment. By this point, I had begun to notice that the group was isolating members from their outside relationships. We were encouraged to spend more time with the collective and less with friends and family. The sense of community was growing more insular, and dissenting voices were quickly silenced. It was during one of these rituals that I realized how deep the manipulation ran. As the ritual unfolded, I observed the other members, many of whom were visibly distressed but too fearful to speak out. Adrian's demeanor had changed. He was more authoritative and demanding. He spoke of the need for absolute trust and obedience, emphasizing that those who questioned or resisted were not truly committed to the group's mission. I was invited to take part in the ritual, which involved sharing deeply personal information and making a public declaration of allegiance to the collective. The pressure was overwhelming, and I felt trapped. Something in my gut told me that this was more than just an intense personal development exercise. It was a way to control and manipulate. That night, I made the difficult decision to leave. I quietly gathered my belongings and slipped out of the community center, feeling a mix of fear and relief. I had to find a way to distance myself from the group and get help. I reached out to my family and friends, who were horrified by the details I revealed. They helped me contact authorities and seek professional advice. It was only then that I learned the full extent of the cult's activities. The collective had a long history of exploiting and manipulating vulnerable individuals. They used psychological tactics to enforce control and isolate members from their support networks. Many people had been hurt by their practices, and the authorities were already investigating multiple complaints. The process of disentangling myself from the group was challenging. I had to rebuild relationships and regain my sense of self. The experience left me with a deep sense of betrayal and a heightened awareness of the dangers lurking behind seemingly innocent facades. Reflecting on my time with the collective, I realize how crucial it is to stay vigilant and trust one's instincts. What started as a quest for personal growth led me into a dangerous situation where the boundaries between support and control were dangerously blurred. I learned the hard way that not all groups with noble-sounding missions have our best interests at heart. Now I'm focused on healing and helping others who may find themselves in similar situations. My experience has reinforced the importance of critical thinking, personal boundaries, and the need for transparency in any group or organization we choose to be part of. Story 6. The day started like any other, with the morning sun casting warm, golden rays through the kitchen window. I shuffled into the kitchen, bleary-eyed and half awake, ready to brew my first cup of coffee. My roommate, Alex, was already at the table, engrossed in his phone. I offered a nod and a groggy good morning, but he barely acknowledged me. That was normal. Alex was always a bit aloof in the mornings. As the coffee brewed, I glanced around our shared apartment. The place was cozy, but showing signs of wear: a few scuffed walls, a sagging couch, and the ever-growing pile of mail on the coffee table. It was our home, imperfect but comfortable. But that day, the comfort would be shattered. While Alex was out running errands, I decided to tidy up a bit. I was straightening up the bookshelf when I noticed something strange. An old, dusty box had been wedged behind the shelf, partially hidden by the collection of novels and trinkets. It looked out of place, and curiosity got the better of me. I pulled it out, dusted it off, and opened it. Inside, there were several small devices: tiny cameras, cables, and what looked like a homemade monitoring system. My heart skipped a beat as I pulled out a small camera. It had a lens that seemed to be staring right back at me, and a sinking feeling took hold. I dug through the box further and found a set of instructions detailing how to operate the devices and how to install them discreetly. My hands trembled as I read through the instructions. It was clear that these cameras were meant to be hidden in everyday objects: books, picture frames, even electrical outlets. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. My roommate had been spying on me. I couldn't believe it. Alex had always seemed so unremarkable, just another guy trying to make rent, a little distant but nothing out of the ordinary. But this was a violation beyond anything I could have imagined. My mind raced. I remembered strange occurrences over the past few months, moments when I'd felt like I was being watched but had brushed them off as paranoia. Now it all made sense. The unexplained sounds, the odd feeling of being observed, it all fit together. I knew I had to confront Alex, but I needed evidence. I carefully packed the box back up and hid it in a spot where I hoped he wouldn't find it. When Alex returned, I acted normal, though my mind was spinning with anxiety and fear. We made small talk, and I did my best to mask my distress. Later that evening, after Alex had gone to bed, I couldn't sleep. I was haunted by the thought of being watched and my privacy being invaded. I decided to search the apartment for any other hidden cameras. With a flashlight and a sense of dread, I combed through every room, checking behind picture frames, under furniture, and inside electronic devices. To my horror, I found more cameras hidden in various spots: behind the living room curtains, inside the smoke detector in the hallway, and even in the bathroom. It was as if every corner of our apartment had been turned into a surveillance zone. I felt a wave of nausea as I realized the full extent of Alex's invasion. Determined to put an end to this, I contacted the police. I knew it was a serious matter, but I was anxious about how to approach them. I explained the situation, provided the evidence I had found, and asked for their assistance. They took my statements seriously and promised to investigate. The next morning, as the police were arriving to inspect the apartment, I found Alex pacing nervously in the kitchen. I had to face him before the authorities did. With a steady voice, I confronted him, holding up one of the hidden cameras. "Alex, what is this?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice calm despite the rage and betrayal I felt. Alex's face went pale as he saw the camera. I can explain," he stammered. "I just wanted to know what people were up to." I didn't think it would be this big of a deal. "This is illegal and unethical," I said, my voice trembling. "You've violated my privacy and the privacy of everyone living here. I've already called the police." Alex's attempts to justify his actions fell flat as the police arrived and began their investigation. They found even more hidden cameras, along with recordings of private moments from various areas of the apartment. It was clear that Alex's actions went far beyond mere curiosity. They were an invasion of privacy on a disturbing scale. Alex was taken into custody for questioning. The situation left me feeling shattered and violated. The apartment I had once called home now felt like a prison of secrets and betrayal. I moved out as soon as I could, needing to distance myself from the place where my trust had been so profoundly broken. The experience left me with a deep sense of unease, and I struggled to regain my sense of security. But as time passed, I slowly rebuilt my life, finding solace in new beginnings and a renewed appreciation for the importance of privacy and trust. Looking back, I can hardly believe how close I came to letting this invasion of privacy become a permanent scar on my life. The ordeal served as a stark reminder of the lengths to which people might go to satisfy their own obsessions and the importance of safeguarding one's personal space. Story 7. I was a financial advisor at Hartfield Associates, a prestigious firm known for its meticulous attention to detail and unwavering integrity. My clients were a mix of high-profile executives, entrepreneurs, and prominent figures, each with their own financial intricacies. For years, I took pride in my work, believing in the value of honest advice and ethical practice. But that all changed when I stumbled upon something that would challenge every principle I held dear. It started innocuously enough. Mr. Leonard Dawson was one of our most valued clients, a wealthy real estate mogul with a reputation for sharp business acumen. He had been with us for over a decade, and his investments had consistently performed well. I managed his portfolio with great care, navigating the complexities of his assets and ensuring his wealth grew steadily. One late afternoon, as I was reviewing Mr. Dawson's financials for the quarterly report, I noticed something peculiar. There were significant, unexplained transactions between his account and several offshore entities. The amounts were substantial, and the transactions appeared to be structured in a way to avoid detection. My curiosity was piqued, and I began to dig deeper. The more I investigated, the clearer it became that these transactions were not just unusual, they were indicative of a larger, more sinister operation. The offshore accounts were connected to shell companies that had no legitimate business operations. It became evident that Mr. Dawson was involved in a massive money laundering scheme, funneling millions through these accounts to obscure the origins of the funds. The implications were staggering. Money laundering was not only illegal but also carried severe penalties. As a financial advisor, I was bound by professional and legal ethics to report any suspicious activity. However, the stakes were high. Mr. Dawson was not just any client, he was someone who had become a trusted figure in my professional life. The thought of him being implicated in such a scheme was disheartening, and it left me torn. The first step was to gather more evidence. I reviewed the transactions meticulously, cross-referencing them with various financial databases and legal documents. I consulted with a trusted colleague in our compliance department, who confirmed that the pattern of transactions was indeed suspicious. Yet the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on me. Mr. Dawson had always been professional and courteous, a stark contrast to the criminal activities that now seemed to define him. The decision of whether to report him or not was not one I could take lightly. Reporting him would mean initiating an investigation that could destroy his reputation and potentially bring down the firm as well. The ripple effects of such a revelation could be catastrophic. On the other hand, ignoring the evidence would mean compromising my own integrity and the ethical standards of my profession. I sought advice from a mentor, an experienced advisor who had faced moral dilemmas in the past. Over a long coffee session, I detailed my findings and my concerns. He listened intently and then posed a question that struck me deeply. If you don't act, how will you reconcile with yourself knowing you've allowed injustice to continue? His words resonated with me. I realized that my duty was not just to my clients, but also to the principles of justice and honesty. I had to make a choice that aligned with my values, regardless of the personal or professional consequences. With a heavy heart, I prepared a detailed report of my findings, documenting all the evidence I had gathered. I included everything: the transactions, the shell companies, and the links to the laundering scheme. I submitted the report to our firm's compliance department, knowing that it would trigger an internal investigation and likely involve law enforcement. The aftermath was tumultuous. The firm conducted a thorough investigation, and Mr. Dawson's accounts were frozen pending legal proceedings. The media caught wind of the scandal, and the firm's reputation was put under intense scrutiny. It was a challenging period, filled with long days and tense meetings. I was questioned by investigators and faced a barrage of questions from the press. Throughout it all, I remained resolute in my decision. I knew that exposing the scheme was the right thing to do, despite the personal cost. Mr. Dawson eventually faced legal consequences, and the firm had to navigate a crisis of confidence. Yet, I took solace in the fact that my actions had upheld the values I believed in. In the end, the experience was a profound lesson in integrity and responsibility. It reminded me that being a financial advisor was not just about managing wealth, but also about maintaining the trust and ethical standards that come with the role. The fallout from the scandal eventually subsided, and the firm worked hard to rebuild its reputation. As for me, I continued my career, now more aware of the delicate balance between personal relationships and professional ethics. I learned that sometimes doing the right thing comes at a high price, but it is a price worth paying for the sake of justice and honor. Story 8. Working in a call center wasn't exactly my dream job, but it paid the bills. I spent my days fielding customer inquiries, troubleshooting technical issues, and processing orders. It was routine and, for the most part, uneventful until a pattern began to emerge that would turn my mundane job into a nightmare. It all started one rainy Tuesday. The office was quiet, with most of the staff either on lunch breaks or deep in their cubicles, the soft hum of computers, and the occasional clatter of keyboards punctuating the silence. I was working the late shift, handling the trickle of calls that came in from the East Coast. My desk was piled with paperwork, and the flicker of fluorescent lights overhead cast a sterile glow on the room. At first, it was just a handful of odd calls. People complaining about wrong numbers or receiving strange messages. I didn't think much of it. These were the kinds of oddities that came with the job. But then the calls started to take on a disturbing pattern. It began subtly. A caller would ask for personal details about someone who had called before, like they were piecing together a puzzle. "Do you know where I can find this person?" they'd ask. "Can you tell me if they made any recent changes to their account?" The request seemed innocuous enough, but there was something unsettling about the way these questions were asked. It was as if they were probing for weaknesses, gathering information to build a profile. One night, a particularly chilling call came through. A man, his voice eerily calm, inquired about a woman who had recently contacted us. He seemed to know a lot about her, her address, her phone number, even details about her family. My gut churned with unease, but I dutifully processed the call, maintaining my professionalism. Over the next few weeks, the pattern became more pronounced. The callers were always seeking information about the same group of individuals, and they often seemed to call back multiple times, sometimes pretending to be someone else. They would ask about changes in personal information, recent interactions, and any unusual activities. Each time I made a mental note of the requests, but I didn't think much of it until I noticed something else. The same names kept cropping up. I decided to dig a little deeper. I started cross-referencing the names and the calls in our system. It was a tedious process, but the results were alarming. There were multiple calls linked to the same individuals, often from different phone numbers and under different aliases. The pattern was clear. Someone was using our service to gather information and harass these people. I confided in a trusted colleague, Jenna, who worked in the department handling customer data. She was concerned but skeptical. "You know how it is," she said. "People are always paranoid about privacy. It could just be coincidence." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. I began documenting each call, noting the details, timestamps, and any peculiarities. The more I gathered, the clearer the pattern became. The callers were not random. They were part of a coordinated effort to track and stalk individuals. The situation took a darker turn one evening when a call came through from a distressed woman. She was panicked, insisting that someone was following her and using our service to track her movements. Her fear was palpable, and it was clear that she was not just paranoid, she was in real danger. I reassured her as best I could and escalated the call to a supervisor, but the damage was done. Her call was just another piece of the puzzle. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I took the risk of discussing the matter with our manager, Mr. Roberts. He listened with a furrowed brow, his expression growing more serious as I recounted the details. "You know, I've heard rumors about this kind of thing before," he said, "but I didn't think it was actually happening." Roberts assured me that he would look into it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the matter might be swept under the rug. My concerns were validated when, a few days later, I received a threatening call at work. The caller, using a disguised voice, warned me to stop digging into the pattern or face consequences. The call was chilling, and the message was clear: someone powerful and dangerous was behind this. Feeling cornered, I turned to the authorities. I reported the pattern and the threatening call to the police, providing them with all the documentation I had gathered. The response was initially slow, but as the investigation unfolded, it became clear that my suspicions were correct. The police found evidence that our call center data was being used to harass and stalk individuals, and they launched a full-scale investigation. The aftermath was both satisfying and disheartening. The perpetrators were eventually apprehended, an organized group using sophisticated techniques to exploit call center information. The group had been targeting individuals who had recently interacted with our service, using the data to intimidate and manipulate them. As for me, the experience left a mark. I continued working at the call center for a while, but the routine comfort was gone. I couldn't ignore the shadow that lingered in the background of my job, the reminder that even the most mundane of tasks could hold dark secrets. It was a lesson learned the hard way. Sometimes the pattern you uncover is just the beginning of a much larger and more sinister reality. Story 9. I had been with the police force for nearly a decade, and I'd seen my share of corruption, but nothing could prepare me for what I discovered that fateful spring. It began on an ordinary day in the precinct, one of those days where the humdrum of paperwork and routine investigations masked the shadows that lurked just out of sight. Detective Harris was a well-respected officer, known for his quick wit and even quicker resolution of cases. I'd admired him, considered him a mentor, and when I found myself assigned to a task force under his watchful eye, I felt a surge of pride. But as the weeks went on, I began to notice peculiarities, small, almost imperceptible discrepancies that seemed innocuous at first, but began to coalesce into something far more sinister. It started with an old missing persons case that had come back into the spotlight. The case had been dormant for years, but a recent tip had revived it. Harris was assigned to the reinvestigation, and I was his junior partner. As we delved into the case, We unearthed a trail that led to several more missing persons. All were women. All had vanished under circumstances that suggested something darker than a simple disappearance. The investigation was intense. We pored over old files, conducted interviews, and followed every lead with the determination of solving a long-buried puzzle. Harris's behavior during this period was odd, though. He seemed unusually detached, his focus on the case waning, as if he were merely going through the motions. I chalked it up to the stress of the job, but as the days went by, my unease grew. It was a late night when I stumbled upon a set of files buried in the evidence room. The files were marked as confidential, but my curiosity got the better of me. Flipping through the papers, I noticed that some of the missing persons had their names cross-referenced with a few reports involving Harris. It seemed strange, but I wasn't ready to jump to conclusions. I knew better than to let suspicion cloud my judgment. I confronted Harris about the files the next morning. His reaction was immediate and intense, a sharp, almost hostile defensiveness that I hadn't seen before. He dismissed my concerns with a wave of his hand, claiming they were irrelevant to the current investigation. He was adamant that we stick to the task at hand and not get sidetracked by irrelevant details. Despite his insistence, my instincts told me something was amiss. I continued to dig on my own, accessing restricted databases and cross-referencing reports. As I connected the dots, a horrifying pattern emerged. Several of the missing women had been in contact with Harris in the months leading up to their disappearances. It wasn't conclusive evidence, but the pattern was disturbing. One night I received an anonymous tip. A voice on the other end of the line warned me to stop digging or face dire consequences. The voice was distorted, and the line was quickly disconnected. I was rattled but undeterred. I knew I was onto something, and the fear only fueled my resolve. As I pressed on, I uncovered an underground network that seemed to be facilitating these disappearances. The network involved several key figures, but the more I uncovered, the clearer it became that Harris was at the center of it. He had been using his position to orchestrate these crimes, manipulating evidence and exploiting his authority to shield himself. I faced a dilemma: take the information to my superiors or handle it discreetly. My loyalty was to justice, but I was painfully aware of the risks. If Harris had managed to subvert the system this far, exposing him could mean endangering not just my career but my life. I chose to go public with the evidence, reporting everything to an external investigative body. It was a risky move, but the weight of the truth pressed heavily on my conscience. The investigation that followed was swift and thorough. Harris was arrested, and the truth about his involvement in the disappearances was exposed. The department was rocked by the scandal, and the fallout was immense. The subsequent hearings revealed the depth of Harris's corruption and the extent of the cover-up within the department. Many were complicit, either out of fear or self-interest. It was a stark reminder of how easily the ideals of justice could be corrupted by those entrusted with upholding them. In the aftermath, I was hailed as a whistleblower, but the praise felt hollow. The damage to the department's reputation was significant, and the trauma of uncovering such dark truths lingered. I had done what I believed was right, but it came at a personal cost. Trust in the system had been shattered, and rebuilding it would take time. As I walked away from the precinct for the last time, I felt a mix of relief and melancholy. The badge that once symbolized honor and integrity had become a reminder of the shadows lurking behind it. My commitment to justice had been tested in the most harrowing way, and though I had emerged victorious, I knew that the shadows of corruption would always be a part of the system I had sworn to protect. Story 10. I had always prided myself on being a reliable and trustworthy personal assistant. When I took the job at the prestigious law firm, Sterling Graves, I imagined a future of endless possibilities, from career advancement to high-profile connections. The position was offered to me by Mr. Charles Sterling, one of the firm's senior partners, and he seemed like the quintessential gentleman, polished, commanding, and impeccably professional. Little did I know, this job would soon unveil a sinister underbelly that would force me into a perilous situation. The first few weeks at Sterling Graves were a whirlwind of meetings, paperwork, and social events. I was Mr. Sterling's right hand, responsible for everything from scheduling his appointments to managing confidential documents. He was meticulous, often demanding last-minute changes and updates, but I was eager to prove myself. My hard work earned me Mr. Sterling's trust, or so I thought. It was a rainy Tuesday when things started to change. I had just returned from a lunch break when I found a small, nondescript envelope on my desk, addressed to me but without a return address. Curiosity piqued. I opened it to find a handwritten note: meet me at the old warehouse on 5th Street at midnight. You're in danger. My heart raced. It seemed like a prank, but something about the note felt too genuine to ignore. That evening, I was unable to shake the sense of unease that had settled over me. My routine tasks felt surreal, like I was moving through a fog. The clock seemed to crawl towards midnight, each tick amplifying my anxiety. As the hour approached, I made my way to the warehouse, located in a dimly lit part of town. The building had long been abandoned, its windows boarded up and graffiti plastered across its walls. I felt a chill run down my spine as I approached the entrance, the night air heavy with foreboding. Inside, the warehouse was dark and musty. I switched on the flashlight on my phone and scanned the area. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional drip of water from a leaky roof. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Mr. Sterling, but his usually composed demeanor was replaced by a tense urgency. "Why are you here?" I asked, trying to mask my fear. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low and serious. "You've become too involved in things that are far beyond your understanding." Before I could respond, a pair of menacing figures stepped into the light. They were burly and clad in dark suits, their faces partially obscured by shadows. My heart pounded as Mr. Sterling continued, "These are my associates. I've been using you to cover my tracks. The documents you've been handling are not just routine, they're part of a laundering scheme involving illicit funds." I felt a wave of nausea as the realization hit me. I had unknowingly been aiding in criminal activities. Why me? I managed to choke out. "Because you're discreet and efficient," Sterling replied. "But now I need you to forget everything you've seen and return to your normal life. If you talk, you and your loved ones could be in danger." My mind raced. The threats were clear, but I couldn't simply walk away. "What do you want from me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Continue your work as if nothing happened," Sterling instructed. "Act normal and keep this meeting a secret. We'll monitor you, but if you do exactly as we say, you'll be safe." I nodded, though 1,000 questions buzzed in my mind. As I left the warehouse, the weight of the secret I now carried felt unbearable. I returned to my apartment, my mind a whirlwind of anxiety and fear. My job had become a trap, and the person I had trusted was now a threat. Over the next few weeks, I found myself walking a tightrope. Every interaction, every piece of work, was done with a heightened sense of paranoia. I was constantly on edge, fearing the slightest misstep might expose me or put me in danger. Meanwhile, Mr. Sterling's demands grew increasingly bizarre. It was clear that he was testing my loyalty, pushing me to the brink while ensuring I remained complicit in his illegal activities. The situation came to a head one evening when I was contacted by an anonymous whistleblower who claimed to have evidence of the laundering scheme. The individual, using a disguised voice, offered to meet with me and provide further details. Desperate for a way out and seeking justice, I agreed to the meeting, hoping that exposing the truth might be my only escape. The rendezvous was set for a secluded park at midnight. I arrived, nervous and hopeful. The whistleblower turned out to be an investigator from a federal agency who had been tracking the laundering operation. They had been monitoring my activities and needed my testimony to build their case against Sterling and his associates. With the investigators' help, I cooperated fully, providing detailed information and documents. As the case unfolded, Sterling and his network were eventually apprehended. It was a bittersweet victory. The ordeal had left me shaken, but it was also a relief to see justice served. In the aftermath, I struggled to rebuild my life. The experience had left scars, both mental and emotional. But through it all, I learned a hard lesson about trust and integrity. My job at Sterling Graves had been a harrowing journey, but it ultimately reinforced my resolve to stand up against wrongdoing, no matter how daunting the path might be. Story 11. The quaint neighborhood where I lived was known for its calm streets and friendly residents. It was the kind of place where people knew each other's names, where children played outside until dusk, and where secrets were kept to a minimum. That was until I began to notice the unsettling behavior of my neighbor, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins had moved in a few months prior. At first, he seemed like any other new resident, polite, reserved, and eager to blend in. But as time went on, peculiarities in his behavior started to raise my suspicions. It began with little things, strange deliveries at odd hours, an unusual number of visitors who never seemed to stay long, and the odd comings and goings that defied the normal patterns of the neighborhood. One crisp autumn evening, I was walking my dog, Max, when I noticed Mr. Jenkins' garage door slightly ajar. It was late, and most of the neighborhood was winding down. Curiosity got the better of me, and I glanced over to see what was inside. The dim light from the garage revealed stacks of boxes and what looked like large sealed containers. The sight struck me as odd, but I dismissed it as a coincidence. A week later, as I was gardening, I overheard Mr. Jenkins having a heated phone conversation on his front porch. His voice was raised, and while I couldn't make out every word, the phrases "shipment" and "discreet" stood out. It was clear that whatever he was discussing was meant to be kept hidden. My concern grew, and I decided to keep a closer eye on his activities. One evening, I saw Mr. Jenkins and two men I didn't recognize unloading large boxes from a van into his garage. They worked quickly, casting furtive glances around the neighborhood. When they finished, Mr. Jenkins closed the garage door and disappeared inside. My heart pounded with apprehension. What was going on? Over the next few weeks, the unusual activity continued. There were more late-night deliveries, more visitors who seemed to come and go with a sense of urgency. I began to notice a pattern. Whenever a new shipment arrived, the garage door would remain open just enough for me to glimpse the contents, piles of what appeared to be sealed containers and suspiciously labeled packages. My anxiety reached a tipping point when I observed a man in a suit, who seemed to be more professional than the others, arriving at Mr. Jenkins' house one night. He carried a briefcase and exchanged a brief, but intense, conversation with Mr. Jenkins. Shortly after, Mr. Jenkins entered the house with the briefcase and did not come out until the early hours of the morning. Driven by a sense of urgency, I decided to document everything. I kept a detailed log of the times, dates, and descriptions of the suspicious activities. I even managed to take a few discreet photos of the garage and the vehicles coming and going. My goal was to have enough evidence to present to the authorities, should the need arise. One afternoon, while reviewing my notes and photos, I noticed something alarming. One of the containers in Mr. Jenkins' garage had a label that read, "Hazardous materials, keep away from children." The sight of this was deeply troubling. It suggested that not only was Mr. Jenkins involved in something illegal, but it also had the potential to be dangerous. That night, I decided to confront Mr. Jenkins directly. I knocked on his door, attempting to maintain a friendly demeanor despite the turmoil in my stomach. When he answered, I casually inquired about the frequent deliveries and the late-night activity. Mr. Jenkins gave a vague answer about private business and assured me that everything was perfectly legal. Unconvinced by his response, I went back inside and made the difficult decision to contact the authorities. I provided them with all the information I had collected: the logs, the photos, and the concerns about hazardous materials. They assured me that they would investigate the situation discreetly. A few days later, a team of law enforcement officers and investigators arrived at Mr. Jenkins' home. I watched from my window as they executed a search warrant. The process was meticulous, with officers carefully inspecting every inch of the garage and the house. It didn't take long for them to uncover the full extent of Mr. Jenkins' operation. It turned out that Mr. Jenkins was running an illegal drug manufacturing operation out of his home. The sealed containers were filled with chemicals used to produce synthetic drugs, and the hazardous materials label was not just for show, it was a warning of the dangerous substances involved. The authorities found evidence of large-scale drug production and distribution, including sophisticated equipment and significant quantities of illegal drugs. Mr. Jenkins was arrested, and the investigation revealed that his operation had put the entire neighborhood at risk. The hazardous chemicals had not only posed a threat to the people living nearby, but also had the potential to cause significant environmental damage. The aftermath was a mixture of relief and shock. The neighborhood was grateful for the intervention, but deeply disturbed by the fact that such an operation had been running so close to home. The incident served as a stark reminder of the hidden dangers that can lurk behind seemingly ordinary facades. For me, the experience was a lesson in vigilance and the importance of acting on one's instincts. It reaffirmed that even in a seemingly safe and familiar environment, one should remain observant and not shy away from reporting suspicious activities. The events had a profound impact on the community, and while it took time for the neighborhood to return to its peaceful routine, there was a renewed sense of awareness and solidarity among its residents. Story 12. I had always prided myself on my ability to dig deep and uncover the truth, but nothing could have prepared me for the whirlwind that followed my investigation into a high-profile politician's involvement in a major corruption scandal. It all began with a tip from a reliable source who had worked closely with Senator Thomas Whitaker. The source had hinted at something suspicious: whispers of illicit deals and under-the-table exchanges. At first, I was skeptical. Whitaker was a respected figure, known for his charisma and dedication to public service. But my instinct as a journalist urged me to dig deeper. I spent weeks poring over financial records, interviewing former associates, and sifting through a maze of documents. The more I uncovered, the more the pieces fell into place. Senator Whitaker was involved in a complex web of corruption, manipulating contracts, funneling money to shell companies, and using his influence to silence anyone who threatened to expose him. The breakthrough came when I obtained a set of documents that detailed a series of transactions between Whitaker's campaign fund and various private enterprises. These transactions were suspiciously timed and heavily concealed. They pointed to a sophisticated scheme to divert public funds into personal accounts, benefiting Whitaker and his associates at the expense of taxpayers. With evidence in hand, I prepared a comprehensive report, meticulously documenting every piece of information. The story was explosive. It not only implicated Whitaker, but also involved several high-ranking officials and corporate executives. I knew that publishing it would have significant repercussions, but as a journalist, my duty was to the truth. The day the article went live, it was as if a bomb had dropped. The headlines screamed about the corruption scandal, and the media frenzy that followed was intense. Senator Whitaker held a press conference, vehemently denying the allegations and accusing me of fabricating the evidence. His defense was well orchestrated, and he had a legion of loyal supporters who rallied behind him. The backlash against me was swift and brutal. I received threatening messages, both online and offline. My office was vandalized, and there were attempts to discredit my work, with accusations that I was biased and had personal motives. The pressure was overwhelming, and it felt like the entire establishment was mobilizing against me. Despite the threats and the mounting pressure, I remained steadfast. I continued to gather additional evidence, working around the clock to corroborate my findings. I reached out to whistleblowers who had been silenced by the scandal, convincing them to come forward with their stories. Their testimonies added weight to the investigation and provided crucial support to my claims. The legal and political fallout was massive. The investigation led to arrests, resignations, and a full-scale inquiry into the corruption scandal. Whitaker's empire began to crumble as more details emerged, implicating several of his associates and revealing the extent of the corruption. Through it all, I faced numerous challenges. My personal safety was at risk, and I had to take precautions to protect myself. The emotional toll was significant, as the stress and anxiety of the situation took a heavy toll on my well-being. But I remained committed to the truth, driven by the belief that exposing corruption was a vital part of holding those in power accountable. As the investigation progressed, the public's perception of Whitaker shifted. The once esteemed politician was now seen as a symbol of corruption and deceit. The scandal dominated headlines for weeks, and public protests and calls for reform grew louder. The government faced intense scrutiny, and there were widespread demands for transparency and accountability. Amid the chaos, I found solace in the support of my colleagues and the gratitude of those who saw the importance of the investigation. Many of my fellow journalists reached out with messages of encouragement, and some even collaborated on follow-up stories to shed more light on the issue. Eventually, Whitaker and several of his associates were convicted on charges of corruption, bribery, and embezzlement. The case was a landmark moment in political journalism, highlighting the critical role of investigative reporting in uncovering abuses of power. The aftermath of the scandal brought significant changes. Reforms were implemented to enhance transparency in political funding, and there were increased protections for whistleblowers. The case also sparked a broader discussion about the need for ethical standards in politics and the media's role in holding powerful figures accountable. Despite the victory, the experience left me wary of the lengths to which people in power would go to protect their interests. The exposure of the scandal had come at a personal cost, but it also reinforced my commitment to journalism and the pursuit of truth. I had learned that uncovering corruption was not just about the story itself, but about the impact it could have on society. In the end, the scandal served as a powerful reminder of the importance of vigilance and integrity in journalism. It demonstrated that even in the face of overwhelming opposition, the truth had the power to prevail and drive meaningful change. Story 13. My job as a school counselor at Crestwood High School seemed straightforward enough. I was there to support students, provide guidance, and help them navigate their high school years. However, the routine of my days was shattered when I stumbled upon a disturbing secret about the principal, Mr. Wilson. Crestwood High was a well-regarded institution in the community. It prided itself on academic excellence and a supportive environment for students. Mr. Wilson was seen as the pillar of the school, a respected figure known for his charismatic leadership and commitment to student welfare. However, beneath his polished exterior, a hidden truth was waiting to be uncovered. The incident began with a troubling case involving one of our students, Emily Carter. Emily was a bright and enthusiastic student who had recently been struggling with her grades and personal life. Her parents were concerned, and I had been working with her to address her issues. One day, Emily came to me with a story that chilled me to the core. She confided that she had been harassed by a fellow student, Mike Foster, a member of the school's athletic team. Mike had been persistently bothering Emily, making inappropriate comments and sending her threatening messages. Emily had tried to deal with it on her own, but the situation had escalated to the point where she felt unsafe. I immediately reported Emily's claims to the school administration. The standard procedure was to investigate the matter, but what happened next was anything but standard. Instead of a thorough investigation, I noticed that the matter was being handled with an unusual degree of secrecy. Meetings were held behind closed doors, and the involvement of the principal, Mr. Wilson, seemed to complicate things further. As weeks went by, Emily's situation seemed to be getting worse. She was visibly distressed, and her grades were slipping further. I tried to get updates on the investigation, but was met with vague responses and assurances that everything was being taken care of. It became apparent that Mr. Wilson was deeply involved in the situation, but his handling of the case raised red flags. My suspicions grew when I overheard a conversation between Mr. Wilson and the school's athletic director, Mr. Lawson. They were discussing the repercussions of taking action against Mike Foster. Their tone was evasive, and it was clear that they were more concerned about the school's reputation and the athletic program than Emily's well-being. It struck me as highly inappropriate, and I started to question whether there was an attempt to cover up the incident. Determined to uncover the truth, I began to gather information discreetly. I reviewed records and documents related to the case, searching for inconsistencies or signs of mishandling. I discovered that Emily's formal complaint had been filed, but there were no records of interviews with witnesses or any substantial follow-up. It was as though the complaint had been buried. One evening, while preparing for a meeting with Emily's parents, I stumbled upon a confidential email on the school's administrative server. It was from Mr. Wilson to Mr. Lawson, discussing ways to handle sensitive matters involving prominent students. The language was coded but implied that they were actively trying to downplay the incident and protect Mike Foster from any serious consequences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I knew I needed to act. I approached Emily's parents with the evidence I had gathered. They were shocked and deeply concerned, and together we decided to escalate the issue. We contacted a local journalist known for investigative reporting and shared our findings, along with Emily's story. The story quickly gained traction, and the media began to scrutinize Crestwood High School's handling of the case. The public outcry was immediate, and pressure mounted on the school administration. The district superintendent was forced to intervene, leading to a formal investigation into the principal's conduct and the mishandling of Emily's case. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that Mr. Wilson had indeed orchestrated a cover-up. He had used his influence to protect Mike Foster and suppress any evidence that could damage the school's reputation. The investigation revealed a pattern of similar incidents being concealed over the years, all in the name of maintaining the school's image. The fallout was significant. Mr. Wilson was removed from his position, and several other administrators were also held accountable for their roles in the cover-up. The school district implemented new policies and procedures to ensure that such incidents would be handled with the transparency and seriousness they deserved. Emily's bravery in coming forward, coupled with the exposure of the cover-up, led to significant changes at Crestwood High. The school established a more robust support system for students and mandated regular training for staff on handling harassment and abuse. Emily received the support she needed and was eventually able to continue her education in a safer environment. Reflecting on the experience, I feel a mix of relief and sadness. The truth about Mr. Wilson's actions was revealed, but it came at a cost. The integrity of a trusted institution was compromised, and many people were hurt by the actions of those who were supposed to protect them. The ordeal reinforced my commitment to advocating for the vulnerable and standing up for what is right, even when it involves confronting powerful figures. It was a painful reminder that even in institutions dedicated to education and growth, darkness can lurk beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. Story 14. I joined the local charity, Hopeful Horizons, with high hopes and an open heart. The organization had a glowing reputation in the community for its work with underprivileged families and the homeless. When I volunteered to help with their operations, I envisioned making a real difference, driven by the idea of contributing to something greater than myself. My first few weeks were filled with excitement. I helped organize food drives, sorted through donations, and participated in community outreach programs. The staff and other volunteers were friendly, and the atmosphere was one of camaraderie and purpose. Yet, despite the outward appearance of efficiency and goodwill, I began to notice small inconsistencies that made me uneasy. It started with the financial reports. As a new volunteer, I was assigned to assist with bookkeeping and administrative tasks. The charity's finances seemed overly complex, with numerous entries and transfers that didn't always add up. I was instructed to file donations and track expenses, but I often found discrepancies between the reported figures and the actual amounts received. One day, while organizing a donation drive, I discovered a ledger hidden behind a stack of old files. The ledger appeared to be handwritten and was not part of the official records. Flipping through its pages, I noticed entries that seemed out of place, large amounts of cash recorded as miscellaneous expenses and vague descriptions for other transactions. The entries were inconsistent with the charity's stated expenditures and were often dated just before or after major fundraising events. My curiosity was piqued, and I began to investigate further. I compared the figures from the ledger with those in the official financial reports. To my growing alarm, there were significant differences. The ledger showed large sums of money that were unaccounted for in the official documents. It was clear that something was amiss. I approached the charity's director, Margaret Collins, with my concerns. She was a charismatic woman in her 50s with a reputation for being a tireless advocate for the less fortunate. Her office was decorated with plaques and awards, a testament to the charity's supposed success. I presented my findings, hoping for clarification. Margaret's response was dismissive. She assured me that discrepancies were simply a part of managing a large organization and that everything was above board. She suggested that I focus on my assigned tasks and leave the financial matters to the experts. Despite her reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was being hidden. As weeks passed, I observed more troubling signs. Staff members who had been vocal about their dedication to the cause suddenly seemed less enthusiastic. Their conversations hushed when I entered the room. There were whispered discussions about adjustments and reallocations, but no one was willing to provide specifics. One evening, after a particularly grueling day of sorting donations, I overheard a conversation between Margaret and another senior staff member, Greg Stevens. They were discussing the end-of-year bonus. For themselves, a luxury that seemed out of place, given the charity's supposed financial constraints. I had seen the budget reports, and there was no mention of such bonuses. The conversation was a clear indicator that the money intended for the people in need was being diverted. I decided to take my concerns to the board of directors. The board members were prominent figures in the community, known for their philanthropic efforts. I hoped that by presenting the evidence to them, they would address the issues and hold those responsible accountable. I gathered the documents, including the ledger and my notes, and scheduled a meeting with the board. When I arrived at the meeting, I was met with a polite but stern reception. I presented my case, outlining the discrepancies and the evidence I had uncovered. The board listened attentively, but their responses were evasive. They promised to look into the matter but assured me that they had complete confidence in the charity's leadership. Weeks turned into months, and the situation grew increasingly dire. I watched as the charity's activities continued as usual, but the financial irregularities persisted. It became clear that my concerns were being ignored, and I was increasingly frustrated by the lack of transparency and accountability. Finally, I decided to take the matter to the authorities. I contacted a local investigative journalist who had a reputation for uncovering corruption. I provided them with all the evidence I had collected, hoping that they would be able to shed light on the charity's true activities. The journalist conducted an in-depth investigation, and within a few weeks, the story broke. The media revealed that Hopeful Horizons had been embezzling donations and exploiting the very people it claimed to help. The charity's leaders were found to have siphoned off hundreds of thousands of dollars, using the funds for personal luxuries and bonuses rather than the intended charitable purposes. The fallout was swift and severe. The charity's reputation was destroyed, and several key figures, including Margaret and Greg, faced criminal charges. The community was shocked and disheartened, and many people who had supported the charity felt betrayed and angered. For me, the experience was both disillusioning and enlightening. I had gone into the volunteer work with the best of intentions, only to uncover a dark underbelly beneath the charity's polished exterior. The ordeal had taught me a harsh lesson about the importance of vigilance and transparency, even in organizations that seem to operate with noble goals. Story 15. When I first saw the job listing for a live-in caregiver, it seemed like an ideal opportunity. The position promised stability, a modest salary, and the chance to make a real difference in someone's life. I had recently completed my certification in elder care and was eager to apply my skills in a meaningful way. The elderly patient, Mrs. Evelyn Turner, was described as a kind woman in need of assistance with daily activities. Little did I know my decision would lead me into a situation fraught with neglect and exploitation. Mrs. Turner lived in a large, picturesque house in a quiet neighborhood. The home was charming but showed signs of age and disrepair. When I arrived for my interview, I was greeted by Mrs. Turner's son, James, who appeared harried and distracted. He explained that his mother had been struggling with mobility issues and needed a caregiver to help with daily tasks. He assured me that she was in good hands and promised that the job would be rewarding. After a brief but thorough interview, I was hired on the spot. I moved into the guest room of the Turner's home, ready to start my new role. My first few days with Mrs. Turner were pleasant. She was a sweet, elderly lady with a gentle smile and a sharp mind. Despite her frail appearance, she retained her dignity and wit. She shared stories of her past and expressed gratitude for the care she was receiving. However, it wasn't long before I began to notice troubling signs. The first indication was the sporadic visits from James and his sister, Linda. They rarely stayed long and often seemed to have little time for their mother. When they did visit, it was usually to drop off supplies or discuss financial matters. They were courteous but distant, and their interactions with Mrs. Turner seemed perfunctory. As weeks passed, the neglect became more apparent. Mrs. Turner's home, once a place of comfort, began to show signs of disrepair. The garden, which had been meticulously maintained, became overgrown. The interior of the house was cluttered, and essential repairs were ignored. Mrs. Turner confided in me that she had been asking her children to address these issues, but they never seemed to follow through. I also began to notice discrepancies in Mrs. Turner's finances. She had a modest income from her pension and savings, but her bank statements indicated unusually high withdrawals. When I inquired gently about these transactions, Mrs. Turner explained that her children were managing her finances. They assured her it was for her own good, but she seemed uneasy about the lack of transparency. One evening, as I was helping Mrs. Turner with her medications, she broke down in tears. She revealed that James and Linda had been pressuring her to sign documents she didn't fully understand. She suspected they were using her resources for their benefit, leaving her financially vulnerable. Her fear was palpable, and it was clear that she felt trapped and powerless. Determined to help, I started documenting the discrepancies in Mrs. Turner's financial records and the conditions of her home. I reached out to local agencies and elder care organizations, seeking advice on how to address financial exploitation and neglect. The process was frustrating and slow, and I faced numerous barriers in getting assistance. Many agencies required proof of abuse, which was challenging given the family's deceptive tactics. One day I discovered a stack of legal documents hidden in Mrs. Turner's closet. They appeared to be related to a power of attorney and property transfer. I carefully reviewed them and found that they granted James and Linda significant control over her assets. Mrs. Turner's signature was on the documents, but she claimed she had been coerced into signing them under duress. I knew I had to take action. With Mrs. Turner's consent, I contacted an elder law attorney who specialized in cases of financial exploitation. The attorney was sympathetic to Mrs. Turner's situation and agreed to take the case. We began to gather evidence and build a case against James and Linda. The process was meticulous, involving interviews, financial audits, and legal filings. Throughout this period, the strain on my relationship with the Turners became evident. James and Linda were defensive and hostile when they learned of the investigation. They accused me of overstepping my boundaries and interfering in family matters. Their hostility only reinforced my resolve to protect Mrs. Turner and ensure she received the care and respect she deserved. As the legal process unfolded, Mrs. Turner's financial situation improved. The court intervened, freezing the assets that had been wrongfully acquired and ensuring that her funds were used for her benefit. The house was repaired, and additional support services were arranged to improve her quality of life. In the end, Mrs. Turner regained control over her finances and her home. She was relieved and grateful for the support she had received. The experience was both challenging and rewarding, highlighting the importance of vigilance and advocacy in elder care. It also served as a stark reminder of the potential for abuse and exploitation within seemingly ordinary family dynamics. I continued to work with Mrs. Turner for several more months, helping her navigate her newfound independence and ensuring that she received the care she needed. The experience left me with a profound respect for the complexities of elder care and a renewed commitment to protecting those who are vulnerable. Reflecting on my time with the Turners, I realized the importance of advocating for the elderly and the need to address issues of neglect and exploitation with urgency and compassion. It was a difficult journey, but one that underscored the vital role caregivers play in safeguarding the well-being and dignity of those entrusted to their care. Story 16. The day started with the usual hum of the office, the steady clacking of keyboards, the low murmur of conversations, and the faint whir of the air conditioning. As a junior environmental consultant at EcoFuture Solutions, my job involved analyzing data and preparing reports for our clients. It was a routine I had settled into comfortably, but that morning, something felt off. It began with a phone call from an anonymous source. The voice on the other end was distorted, but the urgency was unmistakable. You need to look into the waste management report for Sector 12. There's something they don't want you to see. I was skeptical. Anonymous tips were often baseless, and the voice's ominous tone did little to persuade me. But curiosity, coupled with a nagging sense of unease, got the better of me. After hanging up, I decided to dig into the report. I started with the basics, reviewing the waste management data for Sector 12. It was a standard task compiling data, checking for discrepancies, and ensuring everything was up to code. But as I sifted through the numbers and charts, I began to notice anomalies. There were discrepancies between reported and actual waste volumes, and some data entries seemed oddly inconsistent. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I began a more thorough investigation. I cross-referenced the data with historical records and found even more red flags. Waste volumes were far higher than what had been reported, and there were inconsistencies in the disposal methods listed. It was as if the company was deliberately obscuring the true extent of their waste output. I decided to approach my supervisor, Linda, who had always been a reliable mentor. I showed her the discrepancies I had uncovered and expressed my concerns. Her face grew pale as she reviewed the data, and she fell silent for a long moment. "This isn't good," Linda finally said, her voice strained. "There's been some talk about issues in Sector 12, but I had no idea it was this serious." She suggested that I take my findings to the higher-ups. I was hesitant, but Linda reassured me that it was the right move. With a mix of apprehension and determination, I scheduled a meeting with the head of our department, Mr. Carter. When I presented my findings to Mr. Carter, he initially appeared calm and collected. He reviewed the data, nodded thoughtfully, and then assured me that he would look into it further. But there was something unsettling about his demeanor, an undercurrent of nervousness that I couldn't ignore. Over the next few days, I was caught up in a whirlwind of activity. I was instructed to prepare a detailed report on my findings and to conduct further analysis. The more I dug, the more evidence I uncovered. It seemed clear that EcoFuture Solutions had been covering up a massive environmental disaster. My report was completed and submitted, but shortly after I noticed a change in the office atmosphere. There were whispered conversations behind closed doors, and several colleagues seemed unusually tight-lipped. I began to feel like an outsider, as if I was being watched. One evening as I was leaving the office, I overheard a conversation between Mr. Carter and some senior executives. They were discussing ways to manage the situation and limit the fallout. Their words made it clear that they were more concerned about the company's reputation than the environmental damage. The next day, I received a message from an unknown number. "We know what you found. Drop it or face consequences." It was a chilling threat that left me shaken. I wasn't sure if I should go to the authorities or continue my investigation. The risk of retaliation was real, but so was the responsibility to expose the truth. I decided to take a bold step. I reached out to environmental advocacy groups and shared my findings with them, along with the evidence I had gathered. The response was swift. The groups were alarmed and offered to assist in bringing the issue to light. They advised me to document everything meticulously and to ensure I had backup copies of all the evidence. With their support, I went public with the information. The media quickly picked up the story, and soon EcoFuture Solutions was under intense scrutiny. Reports emerged about the massive environmental damage caused by the company's negligence, and the cover-up attempts were exposed. The fallout was significant. There were protests, legal actions, and investigations by environmental agencies. The company faced severe penalties, and several executives, including Mr. Carter, were implicated in the scandal. The story made headlines for weeks, and the once quiet office was now a battleground of public outrage and legal battles. As for me, the experience was both harrowing and empowering. I had faced threats and resistance, but I had also contributed to exposing a major injustice. It was a stark reminder of the power of integrity and the importance of standing up for what is right, even when faced with daunting odds. In the aftermath, I left EcoFuture Solutions and joined an environmental watchdog organization. The experience had changed me profoundly, and I was determined to continue fighting for transparency and accountability in environmental practices. Looking back, I am grateful for the anonymous tip that set everything in motion. It led me down a path of discovery and action that ultimately made a difference. The story of how a junior consultant uncovered a massive environmental disaster and faced the consequences of standing up for the truth remains a testament to the power of perseverance and the importance of ethical responsibility. Story 17. I was in my third year of medical school, the stage where classroom theory began to meet real-world practice. My days were a whirlwind of lectures, clinical rotations, and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. The hospital wards were my second home, and my fellow students and residents were my colleagues in a shared quest to become competent physicians. Among them was Dr. Jonathan Hale, a charismatic and seemingly brilliant student who had a knack for impressing both faculty and peers. He had an aura of confidence that was hard to ignore, and his charm often masked a troubling undercurrent. It was during our surgical rotation that I first began to notice discrepancies in his work. Jonathan was known for his prowess in the operating room. He performed procedures with a flair that made him the center of attention. Yet, as I shadowed him, I started to notice small but unsettling errors. At first, they seemed like minor mistakes, a suture that was slightly off or a technique that lacked finesse. I attributed these to the high-pressure environment and the learning curve we all faced. But as the weeks progressed, the mistakes became more frequent and more concerning. Jonathan's errors were not just benign slips, but deliberate actions that endangered patients. One afternoon, I observed him during a routine appendectomy. His movements were rushed and careless, and I noticed that he seemed to be manipulating the instruments in a way that seemed unnecessarily forceful. After the procedure, the patient developed complications that could have been avoided with more careful technique. My concerns deepened when I discovered a pattern of Jonathan's errors. During a series of procedures, patients under his care experienced complications that were atypical for the procedures they underwent. The discrepancies in Jonathan's work were not random but systematic, pointing to a disturbing trend. One day, while reviewing patient charts, I came across an alarming set of data. Several patients who had been operated on by Jonathan had experienced post-operative infections or complications that were not present before their surgeries. The medical records showed a series of seemingly unrelated errors that, when viewed collectively, formed a troubling pattern. I confronted Jonathan about my observations during a late-night study session. I broached the topic cautiously, framing it as a discussion about improving techniques. Jonathan dismissed my concerns with a casual shrug, suggesting that the complications were unfortunate but not uncommon. His dismissive attitude and lack of concern for the patients raised my alarm further. Unable to ignore the gravity of the situation, I decided to conduct a discreet investigation. I compared patient records from Jonathan's procedures with those of other students and residents. The data was unequivocal. Jonathan's procedures had a higher rate of complications and poor outcomes. I knew I had to act, but the decision was fraught with ethical and personal dilemmas. Jonathan was well-liked and had many allies among the faculty and students. Accusing him of intentionally endangering patients would not only jeopardize his career but could also have repercussions for me. I feared being labeled a troublemaker and facing potential backlash from those who might see my actions as an attempt to undermine a colleague. I sought advice from Dr. Angela Lee, a respected faculty member who had always been supportive of my concerns. I presented her with the data I had gathered, carefully documenting each instance of Jonathan's errors and their consequences. Dr. Lee reviewed the information with a concerned expression, her professional demeanor giving way to visible worry. "This is serious," she said quietly. "I'll need to investigate this further, but you've done the right thing by bringing it to my attention. We have a responsibility to protect our patients above all else." Dr. Lee initiated a formal review of Jonathan's cases. The process was rigorous and thorough, involving a detailed audit of surgical outcomes and a review of Jonathan's techniques and procedures. The investigation uncovered a series of intentional missteps that could only be explained by malfeasance. Jonathan was confronted with the evidence and given a chance to explain himself. His initial reaction was a mix of anger and denial, but as the evidence mounted, his defenses crumbled. He admitted to deliberately sabotaging procedures for personal gain, driven by a desire to boost his own standing by creating a false impression of expertise. The revelation rocked the medical community. Jonathan's actions were a profound breach of trust, and his expulsion from the program was swift. The consequences of his actions extended beyond his own career, affecting patients who had suffered as a result of his unethical behavior. The experience was a sobering reminder of the responsibilities that come with the medical profession. I was both relieved and distressed by the outcome. While I was glad that the patients were protected and the issue was addressed, the experience had cast a shadow over my time in medical school. In the end, I learned that integrity in medicine was not just about following protocols, but also about standing up for what is right, even when it is difficult. The ordeal tested my resolve and my commitment to the values that define the medical profession. It reinforced my belief that our duty to our patients and the ethical standards of our practice must always come first, no matter the personal or professional cost. Story 18. In the quiet, unassuming town of Havenwood, life proceeded at a gentle pace. Nestled in the valley and surrounded by dense forests, it was a place where everyone knew everyone else, and news traveled faster than the changing seasons. The town's charm lay in its simplicity, but beneath its placid surface there was an undercurrent of unease that only I seemed to notice. My job as a local journalist had me sifting through archives and reports, seeking out stories that would interest the community. It was an ordinary Tuesday morning when my mundane task of reviewing missing persons reports took a turn for the unsettling. I was scanning through old files in the town's small library when I noticed a peculiar trend. Several missing persons cases, spanning over the past few years, had a striking similarity. Each case involved individuals who had last been seen near a particular local business. The business in question was the Havenwood Emporium, a quaint shop selling antiques and oddities. Run by a reclusive man named Charles Hargrove, the shop had been a fixture in the town for as long as I could remember. It had an old-world charm, with creaky wooden floors and shelves lined with curiosities. Despite its charm, I had always found the place slightly unnerving, but I had brushed it off as my own imagination running wild. As I dug deeper into the reports, a pattern emerged. The missing individuals had all been seen in or around the Havenwood Emporium shortly before their disappearances. The more I delved into the details, the clearer it became that these disappearances were not isolated incidents. Each person had visited the shop, met with Charles, or was seen near the store shortly before vanishing without a trace. I decided to investigate further. My initial approach was to visit the shop under the guise of a curious customer. As I walked through the creaky door, the bell jingled softly, announcing my arrival. Charles, a tall man with a graying beard and piercing eyes, greeted me with a curt nod. "Welcome to the Havenwood Emporium," he said in a gravelly voice. "How can I help you today?" I feigned interest in the antiques, asking about various items to keep the conversation flowing. As I perused the shelves, I couldn't shake the feeling that Charles was watching me more closely than necessary. His eyes seemed to follow me around the shop, and he appeared unusually tense. Our conversation was polite but terse. Charles seemed eager to get rid of me, and I couldn't help but notice his reluctance to talk about the history of the shop or the items he sold. Every question I asked seemed to unsettle him further, and by the time I left, I felt a growing sense of dread. Back at home, I reviewed the missing persons reports once more, cross-referencing them with the dates and details of my visit. I found a troubling coincidence. Several of the missing individuals had visited the shop on days when it was reported that Charles was absent, according to the shop's logbook. It was peculiar. Why would someone be missing if they had merely visited an antique shop? I determined to uncover the truth. I reached out to the families of the missing persons. They were initially hesitant, but eventually opened up about their loved ones' last known activities. Their stories revealed a common thread. Each person had mentioned something unusual about the shop before their disappearance. They spoke of strange conversations, unsettling offers, or bizarre behavior from Charles. One mother, Ellen, told me about her daughter, Amy, who had visited the shop to inquire about a mysterious old book she had found. Amy had mentioned that Charles seemed unusually interested in her and had offered to buy the book from her for a large sum. Ellen's account matched the timeline of Amy's disappearance and added another layer to the unsettling pattern. I knew I had to confront Charles again, but this time with more than just curiosity. Armed with my research and the testimonies I had gathered, I returned to the Havenwood Emporium. I was prepared to press Charles for answers, hoping that he would crack under the pressure. "Mr. Hargrove," I began, trying to keep my voice steady, "I've been looking into the missing persons cases connected to your shop. Can you explain why so many people have disappeared after visiting here?" Charles's demeanor shifted from calm to defensive in an instant. His face flushed and his eyes narrowed. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he snapped. "This is a legitimate business. I sell antiques, nothing more." Despite his protestations, the fear in his eyes was palpable. Before I could question him further, he abruptly excused himself and retreated to the back of the store. I noticed a door that I hadn't seen before, one that seemed to lead to a storage area, or perhaps an office. My heart raced with a mixture of fear and determination. I decided to take a chance. As Charles's footsteps faded into the back rooms, I quietly approached the door and tried the handle. It was unlocked. I slipped inside, my mind racing with what I might find. The room was cluttered with old furniture, dusty boxes, and strange artifacts. Among the clutter, I found a hidden compartment in a cabinet, revealing a stack of files and photographs. The documents were chilling, detailed records of each missing person, including their personal information, photographs, and notes on their last interactions. It was clear that Charles had been keeping tabs on these individuals. There were even photographs of the missing people taken inside the shop. The evidence was damning. I took photographs of the documents and left the store, feeling a heavy weight lift from my shoulders. I reported my findings to the local authorities, who launched an investigation into the Havenwood Emporium. Charles was arrested, and the police discovered a network of hidden rooms and files that detailed his sinister operations. The investigation revealed that Charles had been using his shop as a cover for his illicit activities, preying on vulnerable individuals who visited the shop. He had been orchestrating the disappearances, using the shop's labyrinthine layout to hide his tracks. In the aftermath, Havenwood struggled to come to terms with the dark secrets uncovered within its seemingly innocent borders. The town was forever changed, and the Havenwood Emporium was shuttered, its reputation irreparably tarnished. As for me, the experience left an indelible mark. I continued my work as a journalist, but the shadow of those missing persons and the twisted reality behind the Havenwood Emporium lingered in my mind, a stark reminder that even in the quietest of places, darkness can hide in plain sight. Story 19. Joining the local community group had seemed like a straightforward way to give back to my neighborhood. The group, known as the Evergreen Society, was renowned for organizing charity events, park cleanups, and other altruistic activities. It was a well-respected organization that brought the community together, and I was eager to contribute. Little did I know that beneath its veneer of benevolence lay a dark and dangerous secret. The Evergreen Society had always been lauded for its dedication to improving our town. Their annual charity galas, food drives, and neighborhood beautification projects were the talk of the town, and I admired their commitment. When I moved to the area, joining the group felt like a natural way to connect with others and make a positive impact. Initially, my involvement was typical, helping out at events, attending meetings, and engaging with other members. Everything seemed above board, and I began to appreciate the camaraderie that came with working towards common goals. However, as I became more deeply involved, I started noticing some peculiarities. It began with the logistics. There were always large sums of money being handled, but there was little transparency about where the funds went. When I asked for detailed reports or financial statements, they were either vague or met with unnecessary resistance. The group's leadership, particularly a man named Richard Cole, was tight-lipped about the specifics, often deflecting questions with grandiose statements about how the funds were being used to support community projects. One evening, as I was volunteering at the group's storage facility, I stumbled upon something unusual. The back room, usually a cluttered mess of old decorations and supplies, had been rearranged. Hidden behind a stack of boxes was a hidden door that led to a small, locked room. My curiosity got the better of me, and I managed to find a way to open it. Inside, I discovered a small arsenal of expensive equipment and documents that were clearly not related to any community activities. The room was filled with high-end electronics, encrypted communication devices, and a filing cabinet full of ledgers. The ledgers contained records of transactions and names that didn't match any of the group's known activities. It was clear that something illicit was happening behind the facade of community service. The more I examined the documents, the more I realized the scale of the operation. The Evergreen Society was a front for an illegal operation involving smuggling and money laundering. The equipment in the hidden room was used to coordinate these activities, and the financial records detailed how funds were funneled through seemingly innocent charity events to disguise their true origin. I knew I had to act carefully. Reporting this to the authorities could put me at risk, especially if the group's leadership had ties to organized crime. But remaining silent was not an option. I decided to document everything meticulously, taking photographs of the documents and recording any suspicious activity I could observe. As I delved deeper, I noticed that the group's events were being used as fronts for the smuggling operation. Expensive items were donated to charity auctions but never actually went to the supposed beneficiaries. Instead, they were sold off through covert channels, and the proceeds were laundered through the group's finances. The charity drives that appeared to be for noble causes were, in reality, a way to conceal the illegal flow of money and goods. My fears were confirmed when I saw Richard Cole meeting with known criminals in a secluded part of town. Their discussions were cryptic, but clearly indicated that the Evergreen Society was integral to their operations. The weight of the evidence I had gathered was overwhelming, and I knew that exposing the truth was the only course of action. I approached a trusted friend who was a journalist known for investigative reporting. I shared the evidence with him and explained my concerns. He was initially skeptical but agreed to help investigate further. Together, we worked discreetly to build a case, ensuring we had enough corroborative evidence to substantiate the claims. The journalist's investigation revealed even more damning information. The Evergreen Society's leaders were deeply involved in a network of illegal activities, including drug trafficking and human trafficking. The community's trust in the organization was a carefully crafted illusion, hiding the true nature of their operations. When the story broke, it sent shock waves through the town. The Evergreen Society was dismantled, and its leaders, including Richard Cole, were arrested. The authorities conducted a thorough investigation, leading to multiple arrests and the disruption of a significant criminal network. The community was stunned by the revelation, and many felt betrayed by an organization they had once trusted implicitly. The aftermath was a mixture of relief and disbelief. The town struggled to come to terms with the extent of the deception. The community rallied to rebuild, focusing on genuine charitable efforts and ensuring that such deceit would not occur again. For me, the experience was a sobering reminder of the ease with which appearances can be deceiving. What started as an effort to contribute to my community became a harrowing journey of uncovering a deeply entrenched criminal enterprise. Though I had emerged from the ordeal with my integrity intact, the shadow of the deception lingered, a stark reminder of the hidden dangers that can lie beneath even the most respectable facades. Story 20. When I found the charming little house on Maple Street, I was drawn to its quaint architecture and peaceful surroundings. It was a perfect escape from the bustle of city life, with its ivy-covered walls and a garden that seemed to have been lovingly tended. The rental agent spoke highly of its history, emphasizing its peaceful neighborhood and convenient location. I was thrilled to sign the lease and start my new chapter. The first few days were blissful. I spent my time unpacking and decorating, transforming the empty spaces into a cozy sanctuary. The house seemed to have a welcoming aura, though the odd creak of the floorboards and the occasional draft made me feel like there were secrets hidden within its walls. It wasn't until a week later that I began to uncover the unsettling truth about my new home. One evening, as I was cleaning out the attic, a dusty, neglected space, I stumbled upon an old, battered box hidden behind a stack of forgotten furniture. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pried it open. Inside, I found a collection of documents, photographs, and a small, locked drawer. Most of the items were ordinary, but a few stood out: a blood-stained shirt, a baseball bat with a large crack in it, and a series of unsettling photographs depicting a young woman who seemed to be in distress. A chill ran down my spine as I examined the photographs. The woman's face was obscured, but her expression was one of fear. The photos were dated from several years ago. Next to the shirt and bat was a stack of handwritten notes, detailing what appeared to be violent threats and plans. The final note was particularly disturbing, containing a detailed account of an assault and a series of names, including one that matched my landlord's name. My heart raced as I realized the implications of what I had found. The evidence pointed to a violent crime that had occurred in my new home, implicating the previous tenant. Panic set in as I tried to make sense of it all. Who was the previous tenant? What had happened here? And most importantly, was I in danger? The following day, I decided to contact the police. I felt uneasy about the situation, but I knew I needed professional help. I explained my findings to Detective Laura Roberts, who listened attentively. She took the evidence and promised to investigate. Her calm demeanor provided a slight comfort, but I couldn't shake the anxiety that had taken hold of me. As days turned into weeks, the detective kept me updated on the investigation. The house had a grim history. The previous tenant had been involved in a high-profile assault case, but there was more. The case was linked to an underground crime ring that was still active. Detective Roberts warned me that the people involved were dangerous and might come looking for the evidence. I started to notice strange occurrences around the house. There were odd sounds at night, scratching noises coming from the walls, and occasional whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. I would catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to find nothing when I turned to look. My neighbors, once friendly and welcoming, began to avoid eye contact, their conversations halting abruptly when I approached. One evening, as I was returning home from work, I noticed a dark sedan parked outside the house. The vehicle had been there for hours, its tinted windows making it impossible to see inside. My heart pounded as I approached my front door. I quickly unlocked it and went inside, locking the door behind me. That night, I heard the sound of footsteps on my porch, followed by a soft, insistent knocking. Trembling, I peered through the peephole but saw nothing. I called Detective Roberts, who advised me to stay inside and lock all doors and windows. She promised to send a patrol car to investigate. The next morning, the police found no evidence of a break-in, but the dark sedan was gone. Detective Roberts assured me that they were taking the threats seriously, but the fear that had settled in my chest was hard to shake. I couldn't help but wonder if I was being watched or if something more sinister was lurking just out of sight. My anxiety reached its peak when I found a note slipped under my front door. It was scrawled in messy handwriting and read, "We know what you found. You're not safe here. Leave before it's too late." I showed the note to Detective Roberts, who took it as a serious threat. She arranged for increased patrols around my home and advised me to stay vigilant. Despite the increased security, I couldn't shake the feeling of being constantly watched. I started to avoid leaving the house alone and kept a close eye on my surroundings. The once peaceful haven had become a source of dread and paranoia. My attempts to reach out to the landlord were met with vague excuses and a sudden disinterest in the property. It became clear that my landlord was involved in something far more dangerous than I had imagined. One night, as I was trying to sleep, I heard a loud crash downstairs. My heart raced as I grabbed a flashlight and crept downstairs. The front door was ajar, and a few pieces of furniture had been overturned. I quickly called the police, who arrived within minutes but found no sign of an intruder. It was evident that someone had been searching for something, but what? The following day, Detective Roberts informed me that the previous tenant's associates had been apprehended, but the threat to my safety wasn't entirely over. I was advised to move out temporarily for my own safety. With a heavy heart, I packed my belongings and left the house, knowing that I had narrowly escaped a potentially dangerous situation. The experience left me shaken, but I was grateful for the support of the police and for escaping harm. As I settled into a new, safer place, I couldn't help but reflect on the twisted turn of events. The charming house on Maple Street had been a facade hiding a dark and violent past. My brief stay there was a reminder of the shadows that can lurk behind even the most seemingly perfect exteriors. Story 21. As a social worker, my role was to advocate for children and families, ensuring their safety and well-being in often challenging circumstances. The job was demanding, filled with moments of both triumph and heartbreak. But nothing could have prepared me for the harrowing discovery I would make while working with the Wilson family. The Wilsons were a seemingly ordinary family who had recently moved into our community. They had 2 young children, Lily and Jake, both of whom were shy but seemed to be adjusting well. Mrs. Wilson was a well-spoken woman, and Mr. Wilson had an air of quiet authority. They presented themselves as an average family in need of a bit of assistance during their transition into the new neighborhood. My initial meetings with the Wilsons were routine. They had requested help with navigating local services and finding resources for their children. Everything seemed to be in order, but there was an underlying tension that I couldn't quite place. Little things struck me as odd: a lack of personal details, a constant vigilance in their behavior, and a strange sense of secrecy that hung in the air during our interactions. One afternoon, while conducting a routine home visit, I noticed that the Wilsons' house had a strange arrangement of rooms. The upstairs was divided into several small rooms, which seemed more like storage spaces than bedrooms. I also found it peculiar that the children's rooms were sparsely furnished with only the bare essentials. It didn't align with the typical environment of a family with 2 young kids. Over time, these small inconsistencies began to weigh on me. During one of my visits, I overheard Mr. Wilson speaking on the phone in a hushed, urgent tone. Phrases like deliveries and clients slipped through, but I couldn't discern the full context. When I attempted to inquire about their business, the Wilsons were evasive, giving me vague answers about private matters. My concern grew when I noticed that Lily and Jake were often withdrawn, avoiding eye contact and rarely engaging in conversation. They appeared to be fearful, and their behavior seemed inconsistent with their ages. I decided to discreetly investigate further. I reached out to a few local agencies and discovered that there had been some complaints about the Wilsons' address from neighbors, though nothing concrete had been reported. The mounting suspicion and the children's distress led me to dig deeper. One evening, as I was driving home from work, I saw a group of men loitering outside the Wilsons' house. Their presence seemed out of place, and they were behaving in a way that suggested they were waiting for something. My instincts told me that something was seriously wrong. I took note of their appearance and the make and model of their vehicles, then drove home to consider my next steps. The following day, I went to the local police department to report my concerns. I provided them with the information I had gathered and expressed my fears about the children's well-being. The officer I spoke with took my concerns seriously but explained that they needed more evidence to act on a potential trafficking situation. They advised me to continue monitoring the situation and to document any further unusual activity. Determined to get to the bottom of the matter, I decided to continue my observations and interactions with the Wilsons. I began to notice patterns of behavior that matched descriptions of known trafficking operations, frequent visitors, sudden changes in the Wilsons' demeanor, and a general sense of unease. One evening, I received an anonymous tip through a local hotline, suggesting that the Wilsons were involved in child trafficking. The tip included details about the movements of people in and out of their house and the involvement of individuals with questionable backgrounds. The information matched what I had been witnessing. Armed with this new lead, I contacted the police again and shared the details of the anonymous tip along with my own observations. The authorities agreed to initiate a covert investigation. They set up surveillance and began monitoring the Wilsons' activities more closely. The investigation revealed a shocking truth. The Wilsons had been using their home as a front for an illegal child trafficking ring. They were involved in smuggling children, including those in vulnerable situations, through their network. The seemingly ordinary family was part of a much larger and dangerous operation that preyed on children. The police acted swiftly, conducting a raid on the Wilsons' residence. During the operation, they discovered evidence of trafficking, including documentation, communication records, and hidden compartments used to store children. Lily and Jake were found in a safe room and were quickly taken into protective custody. The arrest of the Wilsons sent shockwaves through the community. The facade of normalcy had hidden a horrific reality, and the truth had been unveiled through a series of careful observations and persistent reporting. For me, the experience was both validating and deeply troubling. The weight of knowing that children were in danger and that my efforts played a part in their rescue was both a relief and a heavy burden. I was grateful that the authorities acted on the information provided and that Lily and Jake were now safe, but the emotional toll of witnessing such cruelty was significant. In the aftermath, I continued my work with renewed dedication, driven by the memory of the children whose lives were forever altered by the darkness that lurked behind the Wilsons' door. The case served as a grim reminder of the need for vigilance and the importance of listening to one's instincts, especially when the safety of children is at stake. Story 22. I never imagined that my first job in the culinary world would be at a high-end restaurant known for its opulence and prestigious clientele. The place, La Belle Époque, was renowned for its exquisite dining experience and had a reputation for perfection. I was thrilled when I landed the position of a junior chef there, believing it would be the perfect stepping stone for my culinary career. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of excitement and learning. The kitchen was a symphony of activity, with chefs and sous chefs moving with practiced precision. I was eager to absorb everything I could, from mastering the art of plating to understanding the nuances of ingredient pairings. But as I settled into my role, I started to notice things that made me uncomfortable. It began with the chef's insistence on using certain ingredients that seemed oddly out of place. The chef, a renowned figure in the culinary world named Gregory Leclerc, had a reputation for innovation, but his methods began to raise red flags. One day, while I was organizing the pantry, I discovered a stash of cheap, expired ingredients hidden behind premium products. When I inquired about it, I was told that these were to be used for certain dishes, but no one offered a satisfactory explanation. As weeks went by, I observed more troubling practices. Gregory's methods of boosting profits involved using these substandard ingredients to create dishes that were then sold at premium prices. What was even more alarming was the way he handled these ingredients. I noticed him using expired meats and seafood, which he'd cleverly disguised with strong sauces and garnishes. I questioned why he would use such ingredients when the restaurant prided itself on quality, but I was met with vague responses. One evening, as I was working late on prep duties, I overheard a conversation between Gregory and one of the suppliers. They were discussing a special order of ingredients that sounded suspiciously similar to what I'd seen before. The tone of their conversation was casual, almost as if they were discussing a routine transaction. It struck me as odd that a chef of Gregory's stature would need to have such a conversation in hushed tones. The more I observed, the more I realized that Gregory's methods went beyond just using expired ingredients. He was employing dangerous practices to ensure that the food appeared fresh and appealing. But one particularly disturbing incident occurred when I saw him using a chemical preservative that was not approved for food use. He would spray it on dishes to mask the smell of spoiled ingredients and extend their shelf life. I tried to ignore these unsettling observations, but they weighed heavily on me. My conscience was troubled by the thought of serving food that was not only subpar but potentially harmful to the patrons. I confided in a trusted colleague, Emily, who had been working at La Belle Époque for several years. She was initially hesitant but admitted that she had noticed similar issues and had been troubled by them as well. Emily and I decided to investigate further. We meticulously documented the discrepancies between the ingredients used and what was promised to customers. We took photos and kept a record of the dates and transactions. It became clear that Gregory's practices were not just unethical, they were dangerous. We were convinced that something needed to be done to protect the diners and the restaurant's reputation. Our dilemma was significant. Reporting Gregory's practices could lead to severe repercussions for both him and the restaurant, but continuing to stay silent felt like a betrayal of the values we held as culinary professionals. We decided that the best course of action was to gather concrete evidence and present it to the restaurant's owner, Mr. Blackwood. One evening, after collecting ample evidence, Emily and I requested a meeting with Mr. Blackwood. We presented him with our findings, laying out the proof of Gregory's unethical and dangerous practices. Mr. Blackwood's face turned pale as he reviewed the evidence. The gravity of the situation was evident, and he assured us that he would take immediate action. The next few days were tense. Gregory was placed on administrative leave while an internal investigation was conducted. The restaurant's operations were temporarily disrupted, but Mr. Blackwood's swift response was a testament to his commitment to rectifying the situation. The investigation uncovered a range of violations, from the use of expired ingredients to the unsafe application of chemical preservatives. The fallout from the scandal was significant. La Belle Époque faced public backlash, and Gregory's reputation was irreparably damaged. The restaurant had to undergo a thorough review and overhaul of its practices to restore its credibility. It also implemented stricter quality controls and transparency measures to ensure that such issues would not arise again. For Emily and me, the experience was both harrowing and rewarding. We had taken a significant risk by exposing the corruption, but it was gratifying to know that we had made a positive impact. We were hailed as whistleblowers and received commendations for our courage and integrity. The incident left a lasting impression on me. It reinforced my belief in the importance of maintaining ethical standards, even in the face of pressure and temptation. It also highlighted the need for vigilance and accountability in every aspect of professional life. My time at La Belle Époque ended up being a profound learning experience. I moved on to other culinary ventures, but the lessons I learned there stayed with me. I knew that the food industry, like any other, required a steadfast commitment to integrity and a readiness to stand up for what was right, no matter the cost. Story 23. My job as a tech support agent at CyberHelp was usually mundane but fulfilling. I spent my days assisting clients with their technical issues, from troubleshooting software problems to setting up new devices. The work was straightforward and rarely strayed from the script. But one particular case turned my routine upside down and led me into a web of deception I never expected. It started with a call from a client named Richard Harlow. He presented himself as a high-profile businessman needing assistance with a range of tech services, from configuring his home network to managing his company's cybersecurity. Richard was polite, articulate, and appeared to have a genuine need for our services. However, as the weeks went by, his requests became increasingly peculiar and complex. At first, Richard's demands seemed reasonable. He asked for advanced configurations on his network, requiring higher levels of encryption and additional security features. He was meticulous about maintaining confidentiality and frequently used cryptic language when discussing his needs. While it was unusual, it didn't immediately raise any red flags. It wasn't until I was assigned to his case for an extended period that I started to notice oddities. Richard frequently asked for help with specific software that seemed to have no legitimate purpose. These programs were sophisticated, designed for monitoring network traffic and accessing remote devices. Although he provided plausible explanations such as improving business security or protecting sensitive data, the software's capabilities and his insistence on extreme privacy made me uneasy. One day, while remotely accessing Richard's network to troubleshoot an issue, I stumbled upon an encrypted folder buried deep in his system. It was labeled personal files, but the encryption was far beyond what was necessary for typical business use. My curiosity got the better of me, and I attempted to decrypt the folder. To my surprise, I found a series of surveillance videos and logs of various individuals, including employees and other business associates. As I delved deeper, it became clear that Richard was using our tech support services to cover up his illegal activities. The videos showed surveillance of private meetings, personal conversations, and even private moments at individuals' homes. It was evident that Richard was not only monitoring his employees but also invading their privacy in ways that were both unethical and illegal. Realizing the gravity of what I had uncovered, I knew I had to take action. I couldn't ignore the evidence of Richard's misuse of our services, but I also needed to protect myself and follow proper procedures. I decided to document everything meticulously, making notes of the files I had accessed, the dates and times, and any other relevant details. I faced a dilemma: should I report this directly to the authorities or escalate it through our company's channels? The latter seemed safer, but I feared that if Richard discovered my actions, he might retaliate. I chose to start with internal escalation. I scheduled a meeting with my supervisor, Laura, and presented her with the evidence. Laura's reaction was one of shock and concern. She reviewed the files and agreed that the situation was serious. We decided to involve our company's legal department, ensuring that we handled the matter with the utmost care and professionalism. Our legal team took over the investigation, working discreetly to gather more evidence and assess the full extent of Richard's activities. In the meantime, Richard continued to contact our support team with increasingly desperate requests. His behavior grew more erratic, and it became clear that he was aware of the investigation, though he didn't know the full scope of it. He began making vague threats and exerting pressure on the support team, which heightened our sense of urgency. As the investigation progressed, the legal team discovered that Richard had been using his tech support requests as a smokescreen to cover up a larger scheme involving corporate espionage and personal blackmail. His network surveillance was part of a broader operation to gather sensitive information on competitors and extort money from individuals by threatening to expose their private matters. The authorities were eventually brought in, and a coordinated effort was made to apprehend Richard. The operation was conducted carefully to avoid any unnecessary confrontation or risk to the involved parties. Richard was arrested, and a thorough search of his properties uncovered further evidence of his illegal activities. The fallout from the case was significant. Richard faced numerous charges, including invasion of privacy, extortion, and corporate espionage. The investigation also led to a review of our company's procedures and security protocols. We implemented stricter measures to prevent similar abuses of our services in the future, ensuring that all tech support activities were monitored and vetted more rigorously. Reflecting on the experience, I felt a mix of relief and unease. The incident had highlighted vulnerabilities in the system and underscored the importance of vigilance and ethical conduct. It was a reminder that even in seemingly innocuous roles, one could encounter profound moral and legal dilemmas. But the ordeal reinforced my commitment to integrity and responsibility in my work. It also taught me the value of courage in the face of wrongdoing and the importance of following through with the right actions, even when it involves navigating complex and potentially dangerous situations. In the end, the experience was a powerful lesson in the intersection of technology, ethics, and personal responsibility. Story 24. I've always prided myself on my intuition. It's how I knew that Max, my closest friend since high school, was someone I could trust. We shared countless memories, from wild adventures in our youth to the quiet comfort of adult friendship. Max was the kind of person who seemed to have it all together, charming, successful, and always willing to lend a hand. So when I started to notice subtle changes in his behavior, I dismissed them as stress from work or personal issues. It was a rainy Friday evening when I first sensed something was wrong. Max had invited me over for dinner, something we did regularly. When I arrived at his apartment, he was unusually tense, and there was an air of secrecy that I couldn't ignore. As we sat down to eat, I noticed that his phone was never more than a few inches away, and he seemed distracted, frequently glancing at it. The real shock came a few weeks later. I had been working late on a project and decided to drop by Max's place unexpectedly. When I arrived, I saw a black SUV parked outside his building, an expensive, intimidating vehicle that struck me as out of place. As I approached the entrance, I saw two men in suits, their expressions serious and their demeanor guarded. They exchanged brief, intense conversations with Max before leaving abruptly. My curiosity was piqued, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe Max was involved in something business-related that required a certain level of discretion. However, the uneasy feeling lingered. I decided to confront him, hoping to clear the air. Max was defensive when I brought up the SUV and the visitors. He dismissed it as business associates and insisted it was nothing to worry about. His reaction was too vehement, too practiced. I could tell he was hiding something, but I respected his privacy and chose to back off, hoping my doubts were unfounded. But weeks passed, and the signs continued to accumulate. Max began to cancel plans at the last minute, always with vague excuses. His phone rang incessantly, often at odd hours. He was on edge, frequently checking over his shoulder, and there was a new layer of paranoia in his interactions. My concerns intensified, but I still didn't have concrete evidence to confront him with. One night, I received a call from Max, asking for help with a sensitive matter. He needed me to pick up an envelope from his apartment and deliver it to a different address. Although it seemed peculiar, I agreed, trusting him as I always had. When I arrived at his apartment, I noticed the place was unusually messy. with papers scattered around and signs of recent hasty activity. I retrieved the envelope, but something compelled me to open it before delivering it. Inside was a large sum of cash and a set of documents detailing transactions, names, and addresses. It was clear that this was no ordinary envelope. The documents mentioned a series of illicit transactions and code names that suggested involvement in organized crime. My heart raced as the realization dawned on me Max was deeply entrenched in something dangerous and illegal. I had to act quickly. I couldn't involve the police without understanding the full extent of the situation and without risking my own safety. I called Max, feigning ignorance and asking for clarification about the envelope's contents. He was evasive and instructed me to deliver it as soon as possible. That night, I made a decision. I needed to extricate myself from this dangerous situation without alerting Max or the people he was involved with. I meticulously planned my approach, ensuring that every step was calculated and discreet. First, I gathered all the evidence. I had photos of the documents, notes on Max's recent behavior, and details of the mysterious visitors. I reached out to a trusted journalist friend who specialized in investigative reporting, explaining the situation without revealing too many details. The journalist agreed to help me discreetly investigate further and promised to keep my identity confidential. I arranged a meeting with the journalist at a secluded cafe, handing over the evidence and expressing my fears for my safety. The journalist agreed to conduct a thorough investigation and to work with local authorities if necessary. We made plans for ongoing communication, ensuring I would be kept informed of any developments. The next day, I carefully avoided contact with Max and his associates. I deleted all messages and calls from him, ensuring there was no trace of my involvement. I began to distance myself from him, avoiding social situations where I might be seen with him. I kept my activities low-key, aware that any unusual behavior could draw unwanted attention. Days turned into weeks, and I followed the developments from a safe distance. The journalist's investigation revealed that Max was involved in a complex network of organized crime, handling large sums of money and coordinating illegal activities. The authorities were alerted, and they began to investigate the network, using the information provided to dismantle key operations. Max's world started to unravel. His behavior became increasingly erratic, and he disappeared from the social scene. I heard through mutual acquaintances that he was under investigation and that his associates were being rounded up by law enforcement. I remained silent, knowing that my safety depended on staying out of the spotlight. In the end, the truth came out, and Max was implicated in serious criminal activities. The scandal rocked the community, and many were shocked to learn about the hidden life of someone they had admired. I had managed to extricate myself safely, but the experience left a lasting impact. I had discovered that even the closest friendships can harbor hidden dangers. It was a lesson learned through a harrowing experience, one that taught me about the shadows lurking beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary lives and the importance of vigilance and caution. Story 25. As a journalist working for a small regional newspaper, I was used to covering everyday stories that rarely made headlines. My assignments ranged from local events to community issues, and while they were fulfilling, they seldom stirred up any major controversies. That all changed when I stumbled upon what I initially thought was a minor story about a string of complaints against a local waste management company. The complaints had been trickling in for months: reports of improper waste disposal, unexplained health issues among residents, and allegations of environmental damage. At first glance, it seemed like a typical case of corporate negligence. The waste management company, GreenEco, had a reputation for cutting corners, but nothing seemed to indicate a scandal of significant scale. Still, the story intrigued me enough to dig deeper. My investigation began with interviews of affected residents in the small town where Greeneco operated. Many people were reluctant to speak up, fearing retaliation or dismissal. However, a few brave souls shared their experiences: unexplained health problems, persistent odors, and a general sense of neglect from the company. Their accounts painted a troubling picture, but I needed more concrete evidence to support their claims. I requested access to public records and environmental reports related to Greeneco's operations. While reviewing these documents, I noticed several irregularities. There were discrepancies in the reported waste volumes and the types of waste handled. Some reports indicated that hazardous materials were being misclassified or underreported. I suspected that there was more to this story than met the eye. As I continued my investigation, I began to encounter resistance. Greeneco's representatives were uncooperative, and my requests for information were met with legal threats and stonewalling. My inquiries also drew unwanted attention from local officials, who seemed unusually defensive. It became clear that the story was touching on something much larger and more sinister. Determined to uncover the truth, I broadened my investigation and started looking into the connections between Greeneco and local government officials. My research revealed a pattern of political donations, favors, and cozy relationships between Greeneco executives and high-ranking officials. It appeared that the company had significant influence and access to local policymakers, which might explain the lack of regulatory oversight. One evening, while sifting through old council meeting minutes, I stumbled upon a series of confidential memos discussing the company's special considerations. The language was vague, but it hinted at irregular agreements and undisclosed arrangements. My suspicion grew that these officials were complicit in a cover-up designed to shield Greeneco from scrutiny. To gather more information, I reached out to former employees of Greeneco who had left the company under questionable circumstances. Many were hesitant to talk, but agreed to share their experiences anonymously. Their stories confirmed my fears. There was a systematic effort to conceal the extent of the environmental damage and the company's legal violations. One former employee, a whistleblower named Sarah, provided me with crucial evidence. She had kept copies of internal reports and communications that revealed Greeneco's deliberate falsification of records. These documents showed how the company had manipulated waste disposal data and suppressed information about hazardous materials. Sarah's testimony was a game changer, offering undeniable proof of the company's wrongdoing. With this evidence in hand, I reached out to higher authorities and shared my findings with federal environmental agencies. They were initially skeptical but agreed to investigate further. The scale of the cover-up was more extensive than I had anticipated, involving not only local officials but also state and federal regulators. Greeneco's influence had reached deep into the corridors of power, complicating the investigation. The federal investigation uncovered a network of corruption involving multiple high-ranking officials. Several top politicians and regulatory bodies were implicated in accepting bribes, overlooking violations, and facilitating Greeneco's operations. The revelations were shocking. It was clear that the company had been operating with impunity thanks to its powerful allies. As the story began to unravel, it gained traction in the media. My reports, bolstered by the federal investigation, exposed the full extent of the cover-up. The fallout was swift and severe. Several officials were arrested. Greeneco faced substantial fines and legal action, and new regulations were introduced to prevent similar abuses in the future. The impact of the investigation was far-reaching. Communities affected by Greeneco's actions began to see improvements, and the company's operations were brought under stricter scrutiny. The story also served as a reminder of the power of investigative journalism and the importance of holding those in positions of authority accountable. Reflecting on the experience, I realized how a seemingly minor story could lead to uncovering major truths. It was a testament to the importance of persistence, curiosity, and integrity in journalism. What started as a local investigation into waste management became a significant expose of corruption and misconduct at the highest levels. In the end, the story reaffirmed my belief in the role of journalism as a vital check on power and a force for change. It was a challenging journey, but it underscored the impact that one determined journalist could make in revealing hidden truths and driving accountability. Story 26. The day I moved into the small, run-down apartment on the outskirts of town should have been a fresh start. After a tumultuous year of job changes and personal upheavals, I was eager for some stability. The apartment was affordable, and despite its age and worn appearance, it seemed like a manageable step towards a new beginning. The apartment was on the third floor of an old brick building, and while the hallway reeked of mildew and dust, the view from the small window offered a glimpse of the city's skyline. The place had character, and I was willing to overlook its imperfections. As I unpacked my boxes, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement at the prospect of making this place my own. However, the excitement was short-lived. The first hint that something was amiss came when I discovered a hidden compartment behind a loose panel in the closet. At first, I thought it might be a space for extra storage. But as I pried it open, I found a small, dusty box tucked inside. My curiosity got the better of me, and I carefully pulled the box out. Inside, I found several unsettling items: a stack of old photographs, a handful of documents, and a leather-bound journal. The photographs were faded and showed a man with a stern face, often standing in various locations around the city. The journal was filled with scrawled notes and seemed to be a personal record of the man's activities and thoughts. The documents included what appeared to be police reports and court papers. My heart raced as I flipped through the journal. The entries were disjointed but hinted at a life filled with violence and criminal activity. There were references to altercations, threats, and even details about evading law enforcement. The final entry was particularly chilling. "The walls are closing in. If they find me here, it's over. I have to disappear before they realize I'm still around." As I read through the documents, I noticed one particular report that stood out. It was a police report detailing a series of violent incidents linked to the previous tenant of my apartment, a man named Daniel Kincaid. The report mentioned that Kincaid had been involved in several criminal activities, including assault and armed robbery, and had managed to evade capture multiple times. The more I read, the more I realized the gravity of the situation. Kincaid had been a dangerous individual, and the police had been actively searching for him. The thought that he might still be a threat, potentially aware of my presence in the apartment, sent shivers down my spine. I knew I had to take action. I contacted the landlord, Mr. Wilson, to inquire about the previous tenant. He was evasive and claimed not to know much about Kincaid's background. His reaction only heightened my concern. I decided to take further precautions and began by installing a security system in the apartment, including cameras and motion sensors. Over the next few days, I noticed several odd occurrences. Items in the apartment seemed to be slightly out of place, and I began to hear strange noises at night: footsteps in the hallway, faint knocks on the door, and a scratching sound that seemed to come from within the walls. Each noise sent my anxiety soaring. I reached out to local law enforcement, explaining the situation and providing them with the evidence I had found. They took my concerns seriously and promised to increase patrols around the building. They also suggested that I keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention to myself. Despite the police's assurances, I felt increasingly on edge. I started taking extra precautions, such as locking all windows and doors and avoiding being alone in the apartment whenever possible. I also made sure to inform a few trusted friends about the situation, asking them to check in regularly. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard a loud crash coming from the apartment above mine. My heart pounded as I grabbed my phone and called the police. They arrived quickly and investigated the noise, but they found no signs of forced entry or disturbance. The officers reassured me that they would continue to monitor the building, but the incident left me feeling more paranoid than ever. The situation reached a climax one night when I came home to find a note slipped under my door. It was written in shaky handwriting and read, "You don't belong here. You should leave before it's too late." I was terrified. The note confirmed my worst fears that Kincaid might indeed still be a threat and was aware of my presence. I immediately contacted the police again and showed them the note. They took it seriously and intensified their efforts to locate Kincaid. The following day, I decided to stay with a friend until the situation was resolved. The uncertainty of not knowing whether Kincaid was lurking nearby was too much to bear. I continued to stay in touch with the police, who assured me they were doing everything they could to apprehend him. After several tense days, I received a call from the police informing me that Daniel Kincaid had been apprehended. He had been found hiding in a different part of the city and had been taken into custody without incident. The news brought a wave of relief, and I was finally able to return to my apartment. Though the ordeal was over, the experience left a lasting impact. The apartment, which had once been a symbol of a fresh start, became a reminder of vulnerability and fear. I eventually decided to move out, seeking a new place where I could feel truly safe. The story of my time in that apartment remained a poignant chapter in my life, a testament to the importance of being vigilant and taking action when faced with potential danger. It was a reminder that sometimes even the smallest discoveries can uncover hidden threats, and the courage to confront those threats can make all the difference. Story 27. The laboratory at Greystone Research Institute was a bustling hive of activity. My role as a junior researcher involved analyzing data, running experiments, and contributing to the larger projects that the institute was renowned for. We were working on cutting-edge research in behavioral sciences, and the air was thick with the excitement of discovery. My colleagues were a diverse group of talented individuals, all driven by a shared passion for advancing knowledge. Dr. Evelyn Carter, the head researcher and principal investigator for our project, was a formidable figure. She was known for her sharp intellect and demanding standards. Under her guidance, the lab had produced groundbreaking work, but it was also clear that the pressure to produce results was immense. The lab's success and the reputations of its researchers were on the line, and the stakes were high. One evening, while organizing a set of research files, I stumbled upon a folder that seemed out of place. It was marked confidential and had no label indicating its contents. Curious, I opened it to find detailed records of experiments that were not part of our officially approved research protocol. The files contained descriptions of tests being conducted on human subjects, but the nature of these tests was deeply troubling. The subjects were described in clinical terms, and there were detailed records of their reactions and results. What alarmed me was the absence of informed consent. The documentation indicated that these individuals were being subjected to experiments without their knowledge or approval. There were references to behavioral manipulation and psychological stressors being applied without the subject's awareness. I was initially incredulous. Surely this was a misunderstanding. The ethical guidelines for research were strict, and I knew that conducting experiments without informed consent was a severe breach of ethical standards. But the evidence was clear. These experiments were not only unethical but also potentially illegal. I decided to investigate further. I cross-referenced the information in the folder with our official research protocols and discovered that these experiments were being conducted under a secretive sub-project that had not been disclosed to any of the lower-level researchers, including myself. The sub-project was being executed without any formal approval or ethical review. My unease grew as I reviewed more files and discovered a pattern of deception. The subjects were being recruited under false pretenses, and the true nature of the experiments was deliberately hidden. The documentation detailed the subjects' reactions, including increased stress and anxiety, which suggested that the experiments were having a harmful impact. The implications were horrifying. These individuals were being manipulated and harmed for the sake of research, and they had no idea they were part of these experiments. It was a violation of their fundamental rights and dignity. I knew I had to act, but I faced a daunting dilemma. Reporting the issue would mean confronting Dr. Carter and potentially jeopardizing my career, not to mention the reputational damage it could cause to the Institute. I sought the advice of Dr. Samuel Reed, a senior researcher who had always been a mentor to me. I trusted him implicitly and hoped he could provide guidance on how to handle the situation. I arranged a private meeting and presented him with the evidence I had gathered. Dr. Reed's face grew pale as he reviewed the documents. He was visibly shaken but maintained his composure. "This is a grave violation," he said quietly. "We have a responsibility to report this, but it must be done carefully. The integrity of our research and the welfare of the subjects are paramount." Dr. Reed and I decided to take a cautious approach. We compiled a detailed report of our findings, documenting the unethical practices and the evidence supporting our claims. We approached the Institute's ethics board, submitting our report anonymously to protect ourselves from potential retaliation. The response from the ethics board was swift and serious. An internal investigation was launched, and the Institute's leadership was notified. The investigation uncovered the full extent of the unethical experiments, including testimonies from several subjects who had been interviewed under the guise of other studies. The evidence was irrefutable, and the Institute was forced to take immediate action. Dr. Carter and several senior researchers involved in the illicit sub-project were suspended pending further investigation. The Institute publicly acknowledged the breach of ethical standards and pledged to reform its practices to ensure such violations would never occur again. The impact was profound. The research community was rocked by the scandal, and the Institute faced intense scrutiny from both the media and regulatory bodies. The fallout from the scandal was significant. Many of us were called to testify in internal reviews and legal proceedings. The process was grueling and emotionally draining, but it was clear that exposing the wrongdoing was crucial for maintaining the integrity of scientific research. In the aftermath, I continued my work at the Institute, but the experience had left an indelible mark on me. I had seen firsthand the potential for abusive power and the importance of upholding ethical standards in research. The ordeal reinforced my commitment to conducting research with integrity and respect for the subjects involved. The incident also served as a poignant reminder of the responsibilities that come with conducting research. It was a testament to the importance of vigilance and the courage required to stand up against unethical practices, even when the personal and professional risks are significant. In the end, the experience reaffirmed my belief in the necessity of ethical conduct and the enduring value of truth in the pursuit of knowledge. Story 28. The excitement of starting a new business venture had been palpable. When my college friend and I decided to join forces, we envisioned a thriving company with innovative ideas and a bright future. Our business, Horizon Solutions, was meant to revolutionize the tech industry with cutting-edge software solutions. The early days were full of optimism, late nights, and the thrill of turning our vision into reality. James Mitchell, my business partner, was a charismatic figure. With a background in finance and a knack for networking, he brought a lot to the table. I was confident that his skills complemented mine perfectly. I handled the technical side of things, while he managed the financial and administrative aspects. Everything seemed to fall into place effortlessly until the cracks began to show. It started with minor inconsistencies in the financial reports. At first, I brushed them off as errors or oversight. However, as the discrepancies grew more frequent and significant, my concerns deepened. I noticed odd transactions, large sums of money flowing in and out of our accounts with no clear explanation. James assured me it was just standard business practice, but my intuition told me otherwise. One day, while going through the financial records, I stumbled upon a series of transactions that didn't match any of our reported dealings. There were numerous wire transfers to offshore accounts, and some invoices appeared to be falsified. My heart raced as I realized that something was seriously wrong. I decided to dig deeper, using my limited knowledge of accounting to trace the money trails. The more I uncovered, the clearer it became that our company was being used as a front for money laundering. The funds were being funneled through our business, disguised as legitimate transactions. The offshore accounts and fake invoices were all part of a larger scheme to obscure the origins of the money. My worst fears were coming to life. James had been involved in illegal activities, and our business was now complicit. I confronted James with my findings. His reaction was immediate and defensive. "You don't understand," he said, his voice trembling. "This is bigger than us. I was forced into this. They have leverage over me." James's confession shocked me. He revealed that he had been coerced by a criminal organization that used blackmail to force him into participating in their laundering scheme. He had tried to keep me out of it, hoping the situation would resolve itself. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on me. Our dream had been hijacked, and our business was tainted by criminal activities. Faced with this betrayal, I knew I had to take action. The legal and moral implications were enormous, and I could no longer be part of this illegal operation. I decided to report the issue to the authorities, fully aware of the risks involved. I gathered all the evidence I had accumulated: financial records, transaction logs, and correspondence documenting the extent of the laundering operation. The investigation that followed was intense. Law enforcement agencies delved into our company's finances, scrutinizing every detail. The criminal organization behind the scheme was exposed, and James was arrested. His plea for leniency fell on deaf ears as the evidence against him was overwhelming. The fallout was swift and severe. Horizon Solutions was shut down, and its assets were seized as part of the investigation. The consequences of James's actions extended beyond the immediate legal troubles. The reputation of the company was irrevocably damaged, and I found myself facing a mountain of legal and financial issues. Clients who had trusted us were left in the lurch, and I struggled to salvage what remained of our reputation. The legal battles were exhausting, and the financial strain took a toll on me personally and professionally. As I navigated through the aftermath, I had to come to terms with the loss of my business and the betrayal of a friend. The legal proceedings were grueling, and while I was eventually cleared of wrongdoing, the emotional scars remained. James was convicted and faced a lengthy prison sentence. The criminal organization behind the scheme was dismantled, but the damage had been done. In the end, I learned a harsh lesson about trust and integrity. The excitement of starting a business had been overshadowed by the betrayal of someone I had considered a close friend. The experience left me wary of partnerships and more cautious in my professional dealings. Rebuilding my career took time, but I eventually found a new path. I continued to work in the tech industry, but with a newfound focus on transparency and ethical practices. The experience had changed me, and while it had been a painful chapter in my life, it also made me more resilient and determined. The story of Horizon Solutions became a cautionary tale in the industry, a reminder that even the most promising ventures can be tainted by deception. It served as a testament to the importance of vigilance and integrity in business. Though the scars of the past remained, I emerged stronger, committed to building a future grounded in honesty and trust. Story 29. Working as a police dispatcher in a bustling city, I was accustomed to handling a constant stream of emergency calls. My role was crucial, acting as the first point of contact for those in distress and coordinating the response of officers in the field. For the most part, the calls were routine domestic disputes, traffic accidents, and the occasional break-in. But as months went by, I started to notice an unsettling pattern in the emergencies being reported. It began subtly. I noticed that certain types of calls, particularly those involving violent incidents and high-stakes crimes, seemed to cluster around specific neighborhoods and times. The pattern wasn't immediately apparent, as the nature of emergency calls can be erratic, but as I meticulously reviewed the data, a troubling trend emerged. One evening, while handling the usual barrage of calls, I noticed a spike in reports of armed robberies and home invasions within a span of just a few hours. What struck me was not just the frequency but the similarity in the modus operandi of the perpetrators. The descriptions of the suspects were eerily consistent, and the details of the crimes suggested a level of coordination and planning that seemed beyond the capability of random criminals. Intrigued, I decided to delve deeper. I started by cross-referencing the times and locations of these calls with the details of previous incidents. What I found was both alarming and puzzling. The pattern seemed to indicate that the incidents were not random acts of violence, but rather part of a larger, organized scheme. I compiled a comprehensive spreadsheet, cataloging each call with details like location, time, suspect descriptions, and the nature of the crime. As the data accumulated, the pattern became clearer. The crimes appeared to be part of a systematic operation, targeting specific areas and operating with remarkable precision. In addition to the statistical anomalies, I began to notice subtle indicators in the calls themselves. Many of the victims reported the same or similar phrases, terms like "someone was watching us" or "they knew exactly where to find us." It was as if the criminals were meticulously selecting their targets based on information that was not immediately apparent to the victims. My growing concern prompted me to bring these observations to the attention of my supervisor, Captain Wilson. However, his initial response was dismissive. He chalked it up to coincidental clusters of incidents and assured me that the department was aware of the crime trends. Despite his reassurance, I couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at play. Undeterred, I continued to track the data and even began comparing it with other crime reports from neighboring districts. The pattern persisted, and I started to suspect that the criminal operation might be part of a larger network with links beyond our city. One night, while reviewing recent emergency calls, I received a distressing report of a high-profile robbery at an upscale jewelry store. The details were chillingly similar to previous incidents: a meticulously planned heist, precise execution, and the same recurring suspects. This time, the call included a clue that had not surfaced in earlier reports: a mention of an insider who seemed to be providing the criminals with information. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I decided to take my findings to Detective Laura Mitchell, who had a reputation for handling complex cases. I shared my data and observations with her, emphasizing the need for a more in-depth investigation. To my relief, she took my concerns seriously and agreed to look into the matter further. Detective Mitchell's investigation uncovered additional layers of complexity. She discovered that the organized crime network was not only targeting our city, but was also connected to similar operations across several states. The criminals had established a network of informants, insiders, and operatives, all working in unison to carry out their schemes. The breakthrough came when Detective Mitchell managed to identify a key player within the network, a seemingly innocuous business owner who had been using his company as a front for laundering the proceeds of the crimes. Surveillance and further investigation revealed that this individual was a central figure in coordinating the criminal activities, ensuring that they operated smoothly and with minimal risk of detection. With this new lead, the department launched a coordinated operation involving multiple agencies. The sting operation was meticulously planned, targeting the core members of the criminal network and dismantling their operation. The arrests were swift and significant, leading to the seizure of stolen goods, illicit cash flows, and crucial evidence that exposed the full extent of the network's activities. The aftermath of the operation was a mixture of relief and reflection. The city's crime rates dropped significantly, and the organized crime network was effectively neutralized. My role as a dispatcher had been instrumental in uncovering the pattern that led to the investigation, but it also made me acutely aware of the complexities and dangers of the world beyond the emergency calls. Though I was proud of the role I had played, the experience left me with a profound understanding of how interconnected and hidden criminal operations can be. It was a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and the impact that seemingly mundane observations can have when pieced together with care and diligence. In the end, the city was safer, and the criminal network was dismantled, but the lessons I learned as a dispatcher remained with me. The world of emergency calls and crime was far more intricate than I had ever imagined, and the role of each individual in the system was crucial in maintaining the delicate balance of justice. Story 30. When I accepted a position at Crescent Hills Mental Health Facility, I was eager to contribute to a place dedicated to helping people navigate their mental health struggles. The facility was a sprawling complex nestled in a quiet part of town, surrounded by serene landscapes that seemed ideal for healing. The staff presented themselves as compassionate and professional, and I was hopeful that my work there would make a positive impact. My role was as a junior therapist, and my responsibilities included conducting assessments, assisting with patient care plans, and providing support during therapy sessions. Initially, everything seemed to be running smoothly. The patients were treated with respect, and the facility's ethos was centered around empathy and recovery. However, it didn't take long before I started noticing unsettling behaviors among some of my colleagues. The first incident occurred during a routine group therapy session. I observed one of the senior staff members, Nurse Karen, interacting with a patient named Linda. Linda, who had been diagnosed with severe anxiety and depression, was visibly distressed. Instead of offering comfort, Nurse Karen was brusque and dismissive, her tone harsh as she reprimanded Linda for what she deemed unacceptable behavior. The other patients in the group exchanged uneasy glances, and Linda's distress seemed to deepen. I dismissed my concerns initially, attributing the incident to a possible off day for Nurse Karen. However, over the next few weeks, similar incidents became increasingly frequent. I noticed that certain patients, particularly those with severe conditions or lower cognitive abilities, were often subjected to unkind treatment. Nurse Karen and several other staff members, including Nurse Rick and Dr. Davis, displayed a pattern of negligence and mistreatment. One day I stumbled upon a scene in one of the less frequented hallways. I had heard raised voices and approached to find Nurse Rick and Nurse Karen huddled around a patient, Tom, who was restrained in a chair. Tom, who was prone to episodes of aggression, appeared to be calming down. Despite this, Nurse Rick was berating him harshly, his voice filled with anger. Tom's eyes were filled with fear and confusion, and his pleas for leniency were ignored. It was clear that the restraint was unnecessary, and the verbal abuse was unjustified. I was deeply troubled and decided to report these incidents to Dr. Davis, the head psychiatrist. When I approached him, I recounted the incidents with as much detail as I could muster. To my dismay, Dr. Davis seemed uninterested, brushing off my concerns with a dismissive wave. "We have protocols in place for these situations," he said curtly. "Sometimes tough love is necessary." Despite this response, I continued to document my observations, keeping detailed records of the incidents and the mistreatment I had witnessed. I began to realize that the abuse wasn't just a series of isolated events, it was a systemic issue within the facility. Staff members seemed to operate with impunity, and any attempts to address these problems were met with resistance or outright hostility. One evening, while reviewing some of the facility's records, I discovered several discrepancies. The documentation for some of the incidents involving restraint and medication administration didn't match the notes I had taken. It appeared that incidents of abuse were being systematically covered up. The records showed a sanitized version of events completely at odds with what I had witnessed. My concern grew as I connected the dots. It seemed that the mistreatment was not only tolerated but actively concealed by those in positions of power. Desperate to take action, I decided to reach out to a local advocacy group specializing in mental health rights. I shared my findings and provided them with the evidence I had gathered. They expressed shock at the situation and assured me that they would investigate. The advocacy group's involvement triggered an internal audit of Crescent Hills. The investigation revealed a pattern of abuse and negligence that extended beyond my initial observations. Several staff members were implicated, including Nurse Karen, Nurse Rick, and Dr. Davis. The evidence led to immediate actions, including the suspension of the implicated staff and a comprehensive review of the facility's practices. As the investigation unfolded, the facility underwent significant changes. New policies were introduced to prevent further abuse, and the management team was overhauled. The patients, who had suffered in silence for too long, were provided with better care and support. The exposure of the mistreatment was a crucial step in restoring the facility's integrity and ensuring the well-being of its patients. Though the experience was harrowing, I took solace in knowing that my actions had contributed to positive change. The advocacy group's intervention and the subsequent reforms at Crescent Hills were a testament to the importance of vigilance and accountability in the field of mental health. It was a stark reminder that even in institutions designed to care for the vulnerable, abuses of power can occur and must be addressed with unwavering commitment. In the end, my time at Crescent Hills was marked by a profound lesson about the importance of standing up for what is right, even when it is uncomfortable or dangerous. The fight for justice was challenging, but it reaffirmed my dedication to advocating for those who cannot always advocate for themselves. The journey was a difficult one, but it underscored the essential role of integrity and compassion in providing truly effective mental health care. Story 31. Working as a firefighter is a profession built on trust and camaraderie. Each day, my colleagues and I faced dangerous situations with a shared commitment to protecting our community. But that trust was severely tested when I uncovered a disturbing secret: someone within our department was deliberately setting fires. The series of fires started innocuously enough. We'd been responding to a string of small blazes around town, often in abandoned buildings or old warehouses. These fires were manageable, and we quickly put them out. But the frequency and intensity of the fires began to increase, and I noticed a troubling pattern. Each fire seemed to occur just after our department had been called out on a routine inspection. It began with a fire in an old mill. It was a routine call, or so we thought. The blaze was contained with minimal damage, but the report from the scene seemed off. The fire had started in multiple locations simultaneously, an oddity that we were not used to. As we cleaned up, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. A few weeks later, another fire erupted in an abandoned factory. This time, the situation was more intense, with the fire spreading rapidly through the building. As we battled the flames, I noticed something strange. There were traces of accelerant substances used to speed up the spread of fire in several locations. The situation was becoming increasingly suspicious. Determined to uncover the truth, I started to document the details of each fire. I recorded the locations, times, and any unusual observations. My suspicion grew as I noticed that every fire seemed to occur on days when our department had fewer personnel available, leaving us stretched thin. One evening, while reviewing the data, I found a disturbing coincidence. Each fire had a pattern of occurring around the same time and day each week. It seemed as if someone was deliberately choosing these times to ensure that their actions would have maximum impact. The thought that someone within our own ranks might be responsible was chilling. To gather more information, I decided to conduct my own investigation. I began paying closer attention to the behavior of my colleagues, especially those who had been present during the most suspicious incidents. One person who stood out was Mike, a relatively new recruit. His behavior had always been a bit erratic, and he seemed unusually nervous during our team meetings. One night, after a particularly intense fire, I followed Mike discreetly. I noticed him meeting with a man I didn't recognize in a secluded part of the station's parking lot. They exchanged a briefcase and had a hurried conversation before parting ways. My heart raced as I realized that this could be the crucial piece of evidence I needed. The next day, I gathered my observations and presented them to our fire chief, Karen. I provided her with my detailed logs, the patterns I had discovered, and the suspicious behavior I had witnessed. Karen listened intently, her expression growing more serious as I spoke. She promised to take my concerns seriously and assured me that a thorough investigation would be conducted. The investigation was swift and discreet. The authorities were brought in to examine the evidence more closely. They interviewed the personnel, reviewed surveillance footage, and analyzed the evidence from the fire scenes. It didn't take long for them to identify a disturbing truth. Mike was found to be the person behind the arson fires. The investigation revealed that he had been setting the fires deliberately, using his knowledge of fire behavior and department schedules to avoid detection. The briefcase he had exchanged contained tools and accelerants used in the fires. His motives were still unclear, but it was evident that he had manipulated the department's resources for his own gain. The news of Mike's arrest sent shockwaves through the department. The betrayal was profound, and the realization that someone within our own team had been responsible for endangering lives was difficult to process. Mike was charged with multiple counts of arson and other related offenses. For me, the experience was a harrowing reminder of the importance of vigilance and integrity in our profession. The trust that had been a cornerstone of our team was shattered, and it took time for the department to heal from the betrayal. The incident led to a complete review of our protocols and additional training to prevent such breaches in the future. Despite the turmoil, the incident reinforced my commitment to the values that define our work: courage, integrity, and a dedication to protecting others. It was a stark lesson that even in a profession devoted to saving lives, the threat of betrayal can come from the most unexpected places. The healing process was gradual, but the department emerged stronger and more unified. We learned from the experience, adopting stricter measures to ensure that our team remained a safe and trustworthy place for everyone involved. The fires that had once tested us became a reminder of the importance of vigilance and the unwavering commitment to our mission. In the end, the experience was a sobering reminder that in the fight against danger and deception, the greatest battles are often fought within. And for those of us who dedicate our lives to serving others, maintaining trust and integrity is not just a duty, it's the very foundation of our work. Story 32. I never expected my first case as a private investigator would unravel into a dark, twisted tale of deceit and manipulation. When I took the job, I was eager to prove myself in the field. The client, a wealthy businessman named Arthur Caldwell, presented himself as a victim of ongoing harassment and sabotage. His situation seemed straightforward. He claimed someone was trying to ruin his reputation and business. Little did I know my investigation would reveal far more than I anticipated. Arthur Caldwell was a prominent figure in the corporate world. His company, Caldwell Industries, was a powerhouse in the technology sector, and he had made plenty of enemies along the way. When he approached me, he detailed a series of disturbing incidents, mysterious threats, vandalism at his properties, and even attempts to discredit him in the media. He wanted to know who was behind these attacks and how to stop them. I started by reviewing the evidence. Arthur provided security footage of break-ins, threatening letters, and screenshots of suspicious emails. The patterns were unsettling but not entirely unusual. The footage showed masked intruders, and the letters were laced with vague threats but lacked concrete details. As I delved deeper, I found inconsistencies in Arthur's claims. Some of the security footage appeared to be staged, with gaps in edits that suggested tampering. The threatening letters had a peculiar similarity to Arthur's own handwriting, though I initially dismissed it as paranoia. I decided to dig further, focusing on his personal and professional circles to uncover any possible motives. My investigation led me to interview several people close to Arthur, including his business partners, employees, and even some former associates. While most interviews yielded little, one conversation stood out. Lydia Turner, a former executive at Caldwell Industries, seemed nervous and evasive when discussing Arthur. She hinted at a toxic work environment and hinted that Arthur had a reputation for being ruthless and manipulative. Her reluctance to go into detail left me with a nagging feeling that there was more to the story. As I continued to probe, I discovered a pattern of behavior that suggested Arthur might be orchestrating the harassment himself. The more I observed, the more I noticed that Arthur's supposed attackers had a troubling similarity. They all seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving no substantial evidence. I found it curious that the attacks only seemed to escalate when Arthur was facing specific business challenges, almost as if the incidents were timed to divert attention or sympathy. To verify my suspicions, I conducted a thorough audit of Arthur's financial records and business dealings. I unearthed a series of questionable transactions involving large sums of money being funneled into accounts linked to private investigators and security firms. The scale of these transactions suggested a calculated effort to manipulate the situation. The breakthrough came when I discovered a hidden room in one of Arthur's properties. Inside, I found a treasure trove of documents and equipment that revealed a complex web of deceit. The documents detailed a series of plans and strategies for orchestrating harassment, complete with instructions for staging incidents and manipulating public perception. Among the papers were detailed records of payments to various individuals who had been involved in these schemes. The gravity of my discovery hit me hard. Arthur Caldwell was not the victim of a harassment campaign, he was the mastermind behind it. He had been using these fabricated incidents to create a facade of victimhood, manipulate public opinion, and secure sympathy and support from his investors and clients. The aim was to undermine his competitors and consolidate his power by discrediting anyone who posed a threat to his business interests. With the evidence in hand, I confronted Arthur. Our meeting was tense and charged with emotions. He denied everything at first, but as I presented the evidence, his facade crumbled. He admitted to orchestrating the entire scheme, rationalizing his actions as a necessary evil in the cutthroat world of corporate business. He saw himself as a strategic genius who was forced to take extreme measures to protect his empire. The confrontation was a turning point. I had to decide how to proceed. Reporting Arthur's actions would likely lead to legal repercussions for him and could potentially impact many people associated with him. But as a private investigator committed to integrity, I knew I had to take the right course of action. I reported my findings to the appropriate authorities, including law enforcement and regulatory bodies. The fallout was swift and severe. Arthur Caldwell faced multiple charges, including fraud, conspiracy, and harassment. Caldwell Industries was subjected to intense scrutiny, and several high-ranking officials were implicated in the scandal. The case received widespread media coverage, further exposing the extent of Arthur's manipulations and the lengths he had gone to deceive and undermine his rivals. In the aftermath, I faced a whirlwind of reactions. The case had brought my skills as a private investigator into the spotlight, but it also left me grappling with the ethical implications of uncovering such a high-profile conspiracy. While I was proud of my role in exposing the truth, the experience had been a harsh lesson in the complexities and moral dilemmas inherent in the investigative field. The case also underscored the importance of vigilance and ethical conduct in all professional endeavors. It reinforced my belief that integrity and honesty are paramount, even in the face of daunting challenges. I learned that sometimes the truth is more elusive and multifaceted than it initially appears, and uncovering it requires not only skill but also a steadfast commitment to uncovering the whole picture, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. Story 33. Working at Harrison Cole Law Firm was a dream come true for me. It was a prestigious firm, known for its high-profile cases and impeccable reputation. I joined the team as a junior associate, eager to contribute to the firm's success and build my career. Everything seemed perfect until a routine case turned into a nightmare that would test my morals and professional integrity. The case in question involved a significant corporate lawsuit. A major tech company, Titan Innovations, was suing a rival for allegedly breaching a multi-billion-dollar contract. The stakes were incredibly high, and the firm's lead partner, Jonathan Hayes, was spearheading the case. Jonathan was respected throughout the firm for his sharp mind and legal prowess. It was an honor to work under him, and I was excited to be part of such a critical case. My role primarily involved reviewing documents, preparing case briefs, and assisting with legal research. Everything was proceeding smoothly until I began to notice inconsistencies in the evidence. At first, they were minor, slightly altered dates, discrepancies in financial figures, but as I delved deeper, the irregularities became more pronounced. The discrepancies seemed to center around a set of financial records crucial to the case. One evening, while working late to prepare a deposition summary, I discovered something unsettling. The original financial documents, which I had accessed previously, were different from the copies we were currently using. I pulled up the initial versions from our archives and compared them with the current ones. To my horror, I found that key figures had been altered, significantly skewing the evidence in favor of our client. My heart raced as I realized the gravity of the situation. The alterations were not just mistakes, they were deliberate manipulations designed to mislead the court and the opposing counsel. My first instinct was to consult Jonathan Hayes, but I hesitated. The discrepancies pointed directly to his involvement, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was the orchestrator behind the fraud. After weighing my options, I decided to take a cautious approach. I compiled all the evidence of the alterations and discrepancies, ensuring that my findings were thoroughly documented. I also gathered a list of all the changes and inconsistencies, including the dates they were made and the possible motivations behind them. It was crucial to present the information clearly and objectively to avoid any personal bias. I scheduled a meeting with our firm's senior partner, Richard Cole, who was known for his integrity and ethical standards. Richard was a mentor to many of us, and I hoped that he would understand the severity of the situation. During the meeting, I laid out my findings, carefully explaining the alterations in the evidence and their implications. Richard's reaction was one of shock and concern. He listened intently, reviewing the documents and cross-referencing them with the original versions. His face grew pale as he realized the extent of the manipulation. He promised to handle the situation discreetly, acknowledging that it was essential to address the issue without causing a public scandal or jeopardizing the ongoing case. Richard initiated an internal investigation to confirm the findings and uncover the truth. He instructed me to keep my discoveries confidential and to continue working on the case while the investigation was underway. It was a tense few weeks, filled with uncertainty and anxiety. Every day, I feared that the truth would come to light before the investigation was complete, potentially implicating me in the scandal. The internal investigation revealed that Jonathan Hayes had indeed been manipulating the evidence. He had altered financial records to favor Titan Innovations, ensuring that the case would be swayed in their direction. The investigation also uncovered that he had been involved in similar fraudulent activities in previous cases, using his position to gain unjust advantages for his clients. Richard confronted Jonathan with the evidence, and the confrontation was explosive. Jonathan denied all allegations, but the overwhelming evidence led to his suspension and eventual resignation from the firm. The fallout was significant. The case was re-evaluated, and a new team was assigned to handle the litigation. The firm issued a public statement acknowledging the internal issues and the steps taken to address them, working hard to restore its reputation. The experience was both harrowing and enlightening. It was a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities within any system, even one as reputable as Harrison Coal. The case taught me the importance of vigilance, integrity, and the courage to stand up for what is right, even when it involves confronting someone in a position of power. In the aftermath, Richard Cole's leadership was instrumental in rebuilding the firm's reputation. New protocols were put in place to ensure greater oversight and accountability in handling evidence and case management. I continued my work at the firm, now more aware of the delicate balance between professional ambition and ethical responsibility. Reflecting on the ordeal, I felt a profound sense of relief and pride. Uncovering the fraud had been a daunting and risky endeavor, but it reaffirmed my commitment to upholding the highest standards of integrity in the legal profession. It was a painful lesson, but one that reinforced the importance of honesty and transparency in the pursuit of justice. Story 34. Growing up, my cousin Jake was my closest confidant. We shared childhood adventures, teenage mischief, and the kind of bond that only family can create. Jake was always the one with a quick smile and a knack for getting us out of trouble. As we grew older, we drifted apart, but the bond remained strong, grounded in the memories of our shared past. It was during a visit to my parents' house for the holidays that the first hint of trouble surfaced. Jake had been living in another city for a few years, and his sporadic visits were always a welcome occasion. However, this time something seemed different. He was more aloof, distracted, and there was an undercurrent of tension in his interactions. One evening, while we were catching up in the living room, I noticed Jake's phone buzzing repeatedly on the coffee table. He would glance at it nervously, his demeanor shifting each time he checked the notifications. I tried to brush it off as work stress, but the frequent, anxious glances made me uneasy. A few days later, while Jake was out running errands, I found a small black notebook tucked under the couch cushion. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it to find a series of cryptic notes, phone numbers, and addresses. The notes were written in a hurried scrawl and seemed to detail transactions, meetings, and codes that I couldn't decipher. My heart pounded as I realized that Jake was involved in something far beyond simple work stress. The more I read, the more I became convinced that he was entangled in dangerous criminal activity. The notebook mentioned large sums of money and names that seemed to be aliases, and the addresses pointed to locations that were far from benign. I knew I had to make a decision. Confronting Jake directly could put me in jeopardy, and going to the authorities without clear evidence might lead to more questions and risks. The safety of my family and myself weighed heavily on my mind, and I struggled with the dilemma of how to handle the situation. The next day, I decided to have a quiet conversation with Jake. I approached him casually, trying to gauge his reaction. I mentioned the notebook, framing it as a casual curiosity rather than an accusation. Jake's reaction was immediate and defensive. He dismissed it as a misplaced work-related item and changed the subject, but I could see the fear in his eyes. Despite his denial, I knew I needed more information. I discreetly investigated the addresses and names from the notebook. To my dismay, they led to shady businesses and individuals with questionable backgrounds. I realized that Jake was not just a small player, but possibly a crucial part of a larger criminal operation. With growing concern, I contacted a private investigator, explaining that I was worried about a family member but unable to provide full details. The investigator agreed to help discreetly, understanding the sensitivity of the situation. Over the next few weeks, the investigator gathered information, uncovering links to a network involved in drug trafficking and illegal gambling. The investigator's findings were chilling. Jake was deeply embedded in this network, handling large amounts of cash and coordinating illegal activities. The reality of the situation was far worse than I had imagined. I felt a deep sense of betrayal and fear for my own safety. I faced a difficult choice: should I confront Jake directly, risking his wrath and the potential danger that came with it, or should I go to the authorities and expose his activities, putting myself and my family at risk? My family was unaware of the situation, and I struggled with the idea of involving them in such a dangerous situation. After much deliberation, I decided that the safety of everyone involved was paramount. I gathered all the evidence collected by the investigator and went to the authorities. I explained the situation carefully, providing them with the notebook and the investigator's findings. The authorities assured me that they would handle the situation discreetly and take measures to protect my identity. In the days that followed, Jake's behavior grew increasingly erratic. The authorities began to close in on the network, and Jake became more anxious, his movements more guarded. I avoided him as much as possible, trying to stay out of his path while the investigation unfolded. Eventually, Jake's involvement was uncovered, and he was arrested along with several other key figures in the criminal network. The news hit the media, and the scandal rocked the community. My family was devastated by the revelations, struggling to come to terms with the fact that someone so close to us was involved in such dangerous activities. In the aftermath, I felt a mix of relief and sorrow. I had done what I believed was necessary to protect my family and myself, but the emotional toll was significant. The betrayal I felt was deep, and the impact on my family was profound. I had to navigate the fallout, supporting my relatives as they dealt with the shock and adjusting to the new reality. The experience taught me a hard lesson about trust and the hidden facets of people we think we know well. It was a painful reminder that even those closest to us can harbor dangerous secrets, and sometimes difficult choices must be made to ensure the safety and well-being of everyone involved. Story 35. As a seasoned real estate agent in a bustling city, my days were filled with showings, negotiations, and the occasional surprise. I prided myself on my ability to find the perfect home for my clients and close deals smoothly. It was a routine that I enjoyed, albeit with its occasional challenges. But nothing could have prepared me for the startling discovery I made about one particular property. The property in question was a charming old house in a quiet, upscale neighborhood. It had been on the market for some time, and despite its slightly worn appearance, it had potential. The owner, a reclusive individual named Mr. Bradford, had been eager to sell. The house was listed at a reasonable price, making it an attractive option for potential buyers. One morning, as I prepared for an open house, I noticed something peculiar about the property. The basement door, which was usually locked, had been left slightly ajar. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to take a quick look inside. The basement was a typical storage area, filled with old furniture and boxes. But as I examined the space, I noticed something unusual: several large, industrial-looking containers stacked in a corner, each with warning labels for hazardous materials. My initial thought was that these containers had been used for some kind of construction work or renovation, but the labels were concerning. I took photos and decided to look into it further. After the open house, I called Mr. Bradford to ask about the containers, but he was evasive and assured me they were nothing to worry about. His response did little to ease my concerns. Determined to uncover more, I did a bit of research on the property's history. What I found was unsettling. The house had been sold multiple times over the years, and each sale seemed to involve quick turnovers with little to no information about the previous owners. This lack of transparency was odd, but it was not enough to raise any immediate red flags. A week later, as I was preparing for another showing, I received an anonymous tip. The caller, who refused to give their name, warned me that the house had been used for illegal activities and was being targeted by criminal elements. The caller's tone was urgent but cryptic, and they hung up before I could ask any questions. I was left feeling uneasy but unsure of how to proceed. To ensure I wasn't overreacting, I decided to investigate further. I visited the property's neighborhood and spoke with a few longtime residents. One elderly woman, Mrs. Green, seemed particularly interested in my inquiries. She mentioned that the house had been involved in some dubious activities in the past. She recalled hearing about strange comings and goings, and she had seen unusual people visiting the house late at night. Mrs. Green's account was unsettling, but it was still based on rumors and hearsay. I needed concrete evidence to understand the gravity of the situation. I contacted local law enforcement and requested a background check on the property. After some hesitation, the officer I spoke with promised to look into it and get back to me. In the meantime, I continued to show the property, but my enthusiasm was tempered by a growing sense of foreboding. Prospective buyers seemed interested but were cautious. Some even asked about the basement, which I had to explain away as just a standard storage space. Several days later, I received a call from the police. They informed me that the property had been linked to a criminal investigation involving drug trafficking. The containers in the basement were believed to have been used for storing illegal substances, and the house had been under surveillance by authorities. They advised me to halt any further showings and to cooperate with their investigation. Shocked and alarmed, I immediately contacted Mr. Bradford to inform him of the situation. He was noticeably distressed and promised to cooperate with the authorities. The police soon conducted a thorough search of the property and confirmed that the house had indeed been used for illegal activities. They found evidence of drug manufacturing and distribution, which explained the hazardous materials in the basement. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that the house had been a key location in a broader criminal network. The previous owners, whose identities remained unknown, had used the property as a front for their operations. The criminal elements involved were now aware that their operations had been compromised, and there was a heightened risk of retaliation. My role as a real estate agent suddenly took on a new dimension. I worked closely with law enforcement to ensure that the property was secured and that all evidence was preserved. The house was officially seized as part of the investigation, and Mr. Bradford, who was revealed to be a victim of fraud rather than a knowing participant, cooperated fully with the authorities. The fallout from the discovery was significant. The property was eventually cleared of all criminal ties, but its reputation had been tarnished. The city's real estate market was abuzz with rumors and speculation about the house. Finding a new buyer proved challenging, and the property remained on the market for an extended period. Despite the difficulties, the experience was a profound reminder of the hidden dangers that can lurk beneath the surface. It underscored the importance of due diligence and vigilance in every aspect of our work. For me, it was a harsh lesson in the complexities of real estate and the potential consequences of failing to uncover the truth. In the end, the case was resolved, and the property was eventually sold to a new owner who was aware of its history and prepared to restore it. The ordeal left me with a renewed sense of responsibility and a deeper understanding of the broader implications of our work as real estate professionals. It also reinforced the importance of vigilance and integrity, ensuring that every transaction is handled with the utmost care and thoroughness. Story 36. Joining a volunteer group had always been on my bucket list. After years of focusing on my career and personal ambitions, I felt a deep desire to give back to the community. So when I found an organization called Helping Hands that claimed to support underprivileged families and provide them with essential resources, I was eager to get involved. The initial meeting was heartwarming. The group's charismatic leader, Sarah Wilson, spoke passionately about their mission. She painted a vivid picture of a supportive network working tirelessly to make a difference in the lives of those in need. The volunteers, a mix of young professionals and retirees, seemed equally dedicated. I was moved by their enthusiasm and decided to sign up immediately. My first few weeks with Helping Hands were fulfilling. I spent my weekends sorting donations, preparing meals, and assisting with community outreach programs. The work was demanding but rewarding, and I was happy to be part of a team making a tangible impact. However, a few months in, I began to notice some discrepancies. There were inconsistencies in the inventory records, and certain items seemed to disappear or be redirected without explanation. When I asked about it, Sarah and other senior members assured me that it was just a matter of occasional mismanagement. I brushed off my concerns, attributing them to simple oversight. One day, while helping organize a large donation drive, I discovered a locked room in the back of the warehouse. The door was usually kept closed, but on this occasion it was slightly ajar. My curiosity got the better of me, and I peered inside. The room was filled with expensive electronics, designer clothing, and other high-value items that seemed out of place among the usual donations. Confused, I tried to find out more. I asked Sarah about the room, but she seemed evasive. She claimed it was a separate storage area for special donations and asked me not to worry about it. Her reaction only deepened my suspicions. I decided to investigate further. I began to covertly document the items in the locked room and compare them with the inventory records. The discrepancies were glaring. Valuable items were consistently listed as disposed or distributed, but there was no record of their actual destination. I also started observing the flow of donations and interactions with beneficiaries. I noticed that many of the individuals we helped were often pressured to sign documents, or were given minimal support despite their dire needs. It seemed like the organization was doing just enough to appear charitable while exploiting vulnerable individuals for profit. One evening, after a particularly long shift, I overheard a conversation between Sarah and a few other senior members. They spoke in hushed tones, discussing new shipments and targeted outreach. The conversation was coded and cryptic, but the context made it clear that there was something far more sinister going on behind the scenes. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to dig deeper. I reached out to some of the people who had been recipients of Helping Hands support. Their stories were unsettling. Many spoke of receiving minimal assistance and being pressured to participate in activities that seemed unrelated to the organization's mission. I also stumbled upon a network of shell companies connected to Helping Hands. These companies appeared to be involved in buying and selling the high-value items that had gone missing from the donation records. It was becoming increasingly evident that Helping Hands was a front for a criminal network exploiting both the charitable donations and the individuals it was supposed to help. With this mounting evidence, I knew I had to act. I contacted a local journalist known for investigative reporting and shared my findings. I provided detailed documentation, including inventory records, witness statements, and the information about the shell companies. The journalist agreed to investigate further. Over the next few weeks, the story began to unravel. An expose was published detailing how Helping Hands was a facade for a criminal operation that trafficked valuable goods and manipulated vulnerable individuals for profit. The article sent shock waves through the community and prompted a full-scale investigation by law enforcement. The fallout was immediate. Sarah Wilson and several senior members were arrested, and the shell companies were shut down. The scandal revealed the dark side of what was supposed to be a benevolent organization, and it served as a stark reminder of how easily a noble cause could be corrupted for personal gain. In the aftermath, I felt a mixture of relief and disillusionment. While I was glad that the truth had been exposed and that the individuals responsible were held accountable, the experience left me shaken. The sense of betrayal and the realization that my efforts had inadvertently supported a criminal network were difficult to process. Despite the ordeal, I remained committed to volunteering. I found a new organization with a transparent mission and dedicated team. The experience had taught me the importance of vigilance and accountability in any charitable endeavor. Looking back, I realized that the experience, while painful, had reinforced my belief in the importance of integrity and the need to scrutinize even the most well-intentioned organizations. The story of how I uncovered a criminal network hidden behind a facade of charity remains a poignant chapter in my life, reminding me that even in the pursuit of good, one must remain ever watchful for the shadows that might lurk behind the light. Story 37. As a journalist with a knack for uncovering hidden truths, I had always been drawn to stories that lay beneath the surface of everyday life. My latest assignment had taken me to the small, seemingly tranquil town of Briarwood. At first glance, Briarwood appeared to be the epitome of small-town charm, with its picturesque streets and friendly locals. But I had been tipped off about a series of unsolved crimes that had left the community on edge. The initial reports were troubling. A string of vandalism, a few missing persons, and a suspicious fire that had destroyed a local business. Each incident seemed isolated, but a pattern began to emerge when I delved deeper. The crimes appeared to be linked in ways that suggested more than just random misfortunes. I began my investigation by interviewing residents and local officials. The town's mayor, Harold Wilson, was a burly man with a warm smile, but his charm seemed to mask a deeper layer of complexity. He spoke of Briarwood's commitment to safety and community, but his answers to my questions were vague and evasive. The police chief, Ellen Carter, a stern woman with a reputation for no-nonsense policing, was equally unhelpful, brushing off my inquiries with curt replies. The breakthrough came when I stumbled upon an old newspaper article in the archives of the town's small library. The piece described a scandal involving a shady land deal that had been swept under the rug years ago. The deal had involved several high-profile figures, including Mayor Wilson and Police Chief Carter. The article had been buried among other local news, but it hinted at a pattern of corruption that seemed to have persisted over the years. I decided to dig further into this past scandal. The more I uncovered, the more connections I found between the town's prominent leaders. The land deal had been marked by bribes, mismanagement, and cover-ups. The culprits had never been held accountable, and the details of the scandal were never fully revealed. As I pieced together the information, it became clear that the current crimes in Briarwood were not isolated incidents but part of a broader, deeply entrenched network of corruption. I discovered that several businesses in town, including the one that had been destroyed in the fire, were involved in a scheme to funnel money through illegal channels. These businesses were ostensibly legitimate, but were fronts for more nefarious activities. One evening, while sifting through financial records at the local courthouse, I came across a set of documents that revealed suspicious financial transactions involving several community leaders. The transactions were linked to offshore accounts and shell companies. The evidence suggested that the leaders were embezzling funds, laundering money, and using their positions to shield their illicit activities. The realization was chilling. The crimes I was investigating were part of a larger web of deceit involving not just a few individuals but the very institutions that were supposed to serve and protect the community. The town's leaders were orchestrating a scheme that undermined the fabric of Briarwood. Knowing that I needed to be cautious, I began to document everything meticulously. I took careful notes, made copies of documents, and secured all my findings. I also reached out to a trusted colleague, Tom Ellis, an investigative journalist with a reputation for tackling high-stakes stories. Tom reviewed the evidence and confirmed my suspicions, advising me on how to proceed. I decided to confront the town's leaders with the evidence. My first meeting was with Mayor Wilson. I presented him with the documents and asked for an explanation. His initial reaction was one of anger, followed by an attempt to discredit me. He accused me of fabricating the evidence and warned me to drop the story, but his bluster could not mask the unease in his eyes. My next step was to approach Police Chief Carter. I hoped to get a more candid response, but she too was defensive and evasive. She claimed that the accusations were baseless and tried to intimidate me into silence. It was clear that my investigation was striking a nerve, and the resistance from the town's leaders only reinforced the validity of my findings. With mounting pressure from the authorities and growing threats, I decided to go public with my story. I worked with Tom and a team of editors to prepare an expose that would reveal the extent of the corruption. We included all the evidence we had gathered, from financial records to witness testimonies. The article was comprehensive and meticulously documented, leaving no room for doubt about the corruption that had been festering in Briarwood. The publication of the expose sent shockwaves through the town. The community was stunned to learn about the corruption that had been hidden from them for so long. Protests erupted, and the town's leaders were forced to resign amid calls for investigations and accountability. The fallout was significant, with several leaders facing legal charges and the town grappling with the implications of the scandal. In the aftermath, Briarwood began the long process of rebuilding. New leadership was elected, and efforts were made to restore trust within the community. The scandal had exposed the dark underbelly of a seemingly idyllic town, but it also paved the way for transparency and reform. For me, the experience was a profound reminder of the power and responsibility of journalism. It reaffirmed my commitment to uncovering the truth and holding those in power accountable, no matter how daunting the task. The story of Briarwood was a testament to the resilience of a community and the importance of speaking truth to power. Story 38. Working at Iron Core Gym had always been a straightforward job. As the front desk manager, my duties were simple: check in members, handle memberships, and ensure the gym ran smoothly. I enjoyed the routine and the camaraderie with the regulars. The gym was a community hub where people came to improve their health, and it felt good to be part of that process. Little did I know, the gym was about to become the center of a dark and dangerous conspiracy. One of the gym's personal trainers, Max Dawson, was a popular figure among the members. He was charismatic, always in excellent shape, and had an almost magnetic presence. Max's sessions were always booked solid, and his enthusiasm was contagious. He seemed like the ideal trainer, dedicated, knowledgeable, and friendly. However, as time went on, I began to notice a series of peculiarities that didn't add up. It started with the strange visitors. They were not your average gym goers, they were shady individuals who only appeared to meet with Max. They'd come in, ask for him, and then disappear into the gym's private training area. Their brief visits were always marked by hurried conversations and furtive glances. I was curious but kept my observations to myself, attributing it to Max's high-profile status. Then I noticed the unusual changes in Max's behavior. His once healthy lifestyle seemed to shift. He became increasingly secretive about his personal life and began making large cash deposits at the bank. The red flags were subtle but concerning. My instincts told me that something was wrong, but I didn't have enough evidence to confront Max directly. One day, while cleaning up the staff break room, I stumbled upon a stack of suspicious packages hidden in the back of a cabinet. They were small, unmarked, and wrapped in plain brown paper. The sight of them sent a shiver down my spine. My first thought was that these packages might contain something illicit. I carefully examined them, and to my horror I discovered several vials of a substance that, from my limited knowledge, looked like steroids or other performance-enhancing drugs. With my heart racing, I took photos of the packages and vials and decided to investigate further. I knew I needed more concrete evidence before taking any action. I observed Max closely over the next few days, noting his interactions with the shady individuals and his increasingly erratic behavior. It became clear that Max was involved in something far more sinister than just fitness training. My concerns escalated when I overheard a conversation between Max and one of his shady visitors in the locker room. They discussed a new shipment of products and mentioned something about distributing the supply before the end of the week. My heart sank as I realized that Max wasn't just using the gym as a cover, he was deeply embedded in a drug distribution network. Feeling that I was in over my head, I reached out to a trusted friend who worked in law enforcement. I shared the evidence I had gathered and explained my suspicions. My friend, Detective Sarah Collins, took my concerns seriously and assured me that they would investigate the matter. Detective Collins and her team conducted a covert investigation, monitoring Max's activities and tracking the suspicious packages. They discovered that Max was not only distributing performance-enhancing drugs but was also involved in a broader scheme involving illegal substances. The gym had inadvertently become a hub for drug trafficking, and Max was at the center of it. The situation came to a head one afternoon when the police raided the gym. I was working the front desk when Detective Collins arrived with a team of officers. The raid was swift and dramatic. They searched Max's office and the private training area, uncovering a cache of illegal substances, scales, and packaging materials. The evidence was overwhelming, and Max was arrested on the spot. The fallout from the raid was intense. The gym's reputation was tarnished, and the members were shocked to learn about the illegal activities that had been taking place. Many of the regulars felt betrayed, and the trust that had been built over the years was shattered. The gym faced legal challenges, and there was a significant drop in membership as a result. I was deeply affected by the entire ordeal. While I was relieved that the dangerous scheme had been uncovered and dismantled, I felt a profound sense of responsibility for not having acted sooner. The experience had shaken my trust in people and made me question the world around me. It was disheartening to realize that someone I had once admired had been living a double life. As time passed, the gym began to recover, albeit slowly. New management took over, and efforts were made to restore the gym's reputation. I continued working there, but the incident left a lasting impact on me. I had learned a valuable lesson about the importance of vigilance and the hidden dangers that can lurk in even the most unsuspecting places. The experience also taught me about the resilience of the community. Despite the scandal, the gym's members and staff rallied together, supporting each other and rebuilding the trust that had been lost. It was a testament to the strength of the community spirit, even in the face of adversity. While the shadow of the past lingered, I found solace in knowing that I had played a role in exposing the dangerous activities that had been hidden behind the gym's walls. The ordeal had been a harsh reminder of the complexities of human nature and the need to stay alert, even in seemingly benign environments. Story 39. Starting a new job at Summit Technologies was supposed to be an exciting new chapter in my career. The company was known for its innovation in tech solutions and had a reputation for fostering a positive work environment. I was thrilled to join their finance department, eager to contribute to a company that seemed on the cutting edge of the industry. My initial weeks were filled with the usual orientation activities and training sessions. I quickly acclimated to the corporate culture and began working closely with my team on various financial reports and projects. The team was welcoming, and the work was intellectually stimulating. However, it wasn't long before I started to notice irregularities that troubled me. The first red flag came during a routine review of financial statements. While analyzing the quarterly earnings reports, I observed unusual fluctuations in stock prices that seemed inconsistent with the company's reported performance. Intrigued, I delved deeper into the financial records, comparing them with industry benchmarks and historical data. My suspicions were confirmed when I discovered discrepancies in the stock trades in the financial statements. There were significant, unexplained surges in stock values shortly before major company announcements, coupled with insider information that seemed to be leaking out just before these announcements were made. The more I investigated, the clearer it became that there was a deliberate manipulation of financial data. One name kept appearing in the transactions: Jack Lawson, the CEO of Summit Technologies. At first, I hesitated to believe that someone in such a high position could be involved in illegal activities. However, the evidence was compelling. Lawson's personal trading accounts were seeing gains that far exceeded what could be explained by mere market fluctuations. It became apparent that insider trading was occurring at a scale that was both sophisticated and alarming. Determined to uncover the truth, I began to gather additional evidence. I monitored Lawson's trading activities and cross-referenced them with the company's internal communications. It was clear that he was using confidential information to manipulate stock prices for personal gain. I also found evidence of financial engineering within the company's records. Expenses were being concealed or manipulated to present a more favorable financial position to investors. My growing anxiety about the situation led me to approach my immediate supervisor, Laura Matthews, a senior accountant who had been with the company for years. I shared my concerns and presented the evidence I had gathered. Laura's reaction was a mix of shock and concern. She was experienced and well-respected within the company, and she agreed that the anomalies needed further investigation. Laura and I decided to escalate the matter discreetly. We prepared a comprehensive report detailing the evidence of insider trading and financial manipulation. To protect ourselves, we kept the report confidential and only shared it with trusted members of the compliance department. The compliance team took our findings seriously and launched an internal investigation. During this period, the atmosphere within the company became tense. There were whispers of an impending audit, and Lawson's behavior grew increasingly erratic. The once charismatic CEO seemed to be under immense pressure, and his public appearances became less frequent. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that Lawson was not working alone. Several senior executives were implicated in the scheme, their involvement in manipulating financial reports and executing trades designed to benefit from inside information. The network of corruption extended deep into the company, and it became clear that this was not just the work of a rogue CEO, but a coordinated effort to defraud investors and regulators. The internal investigation was eventually handed over to federal authorities. Summit Technologies was subjected to a comprehensive audit, and the extent of the financial misconduct was exposed. The fallout was swift and severe. Lawson and several top executives were arrested and charged with securities fraud, insider trading, and conspiracy. The scandal had a profound impact on the company. The stock prices plummeted, and the company faced significant legal and financial repercussions. The once respected tech giant was now under intense scrutiny, and its reputation was irrevocably damaged. The board of directors was replaced, and a major restructuring was undertaken to restore trust and transparency. In the aftermath of the scandal, Summit Technologies underwent a complete overhaul of its financial practices and corporate governance. New measures were implemented to ensure compliance with regulations and to prevent any future misconduct. The company focused on rebuilding its reputation and regaining the trust of its stakeholders. For me, the experience was a sobering reminder of the fragile nature of corporate integrity. My role in uncovering the truth had been challenging and fraught with risk, but it was also deeply rewarding. I had witnessed firsthand the consequences of unchecked power and the importance of ethical conduct in business. As I continued my career, I carried with me the lessons learned from that tumultuous period. The experience reinforced my commitment to transparency and integrity, and I remained vigilant about the ethical dimensions of my work. The scandal had been a harsh reality check, but it also reaffirmed my belief in the value of standing up for what is right, no matter how daunting the challenge may be. Story 40. Working at Meridian Corp was a dream job for me. The company was renowned for its innovative technology and progressive work environment, and the sleek, modern office space in downtown was a testament to its success. I had just joined the AI department, excited to contribute to such a forward-thinking company. Everything seemed perfect until I stumbled upon something that would unravel my perception of the company and my own sense of security. It started innocently enough. My first few weeks involved routine tasks like setting up workstations and troubleshooting minor tech issues. I was still familiarizing myself with the office's infrastructure when I noticed a few peculiarities in its systems. There were reports of strange network traffic patterns, but I dismissed them as benign anomalies. My attention was drawn elsewhere until one evening when I was working late to catch up on a backlog of tasks. As I was sifting through some server logs, a file caught my eye. It was unusually large and had a cryptic name that suggested it contained system-wide information. Curiosity piqued. I accessed the file, expecting to find standard data or configuration details. Instead, I uncovered a series of video feeds from various cameras positioned throughout the office. At first, it seemed like a security system monitoring common areas, but as I delved deeper, it became apparent that there were cameras in every office, conference room, and even some private spaces. My heart sank as I realized the implications. These cameras weren't just for security, they were placed to monitor employees' every move. The footage was time-stamped and categorized by employee names, with detailed logs of their activities, including phone calls and even private conversations. It was clear that this was done without employees' consent or knowledge, a massive invasion of privacy and a breach of trust. I tried to stay calm and assess the situation objectively. I reviewed several videos to understand the extent of the surveillance. The cameras had been installed in such a way that they were virtually invisible, hidden in plain sight as part of the office decor. The realization that my every movement had been watched was unsettling. With this discovery, I knew I had to act, but I also understood the gravity of the situation. The company's reputation was built on trust and integrity, and this covert surveillance was a direct contradiction of those values. I decided to bring my findings to the attention of the Human Resources Department and, if necessary, to external authorities. The next morning, I approached HR with a carefully prepared report. I documented the evidence I had found, including the video feeds, logs, and the potential privacy violations. My HR contact, Janet, initially seemed receptive, but grew increasingly uncomfortable as I detailed the extent of the surveillance network. She promised to investigate and assured me that the company took privacy concerns very seriously. I was hopeful but anxious. Days passed with no updates, and my unease grew as I noticed subtle changes in the office atmosphere. Colleagues who had been friendly before now seemed distant, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The once vibrant office environment had turned into a place of tension and distrust. One afternoon, I received an unexpected visit from security personnel who informed me that they were conducting a routine inspection of the office's security systems. Their visit seemed suspiciously timed and only heightened my concerns. I decided to follow up with Janet to see if there had been any progress on the investigation. She was evasive, assuring me that the matter was being handled but providing no specific details. Feeling increasingly uneasy, I contacted a lawyer specializing in employment law and privacy issues. With the lawyer's guidance, I prepared to escalate the issue to external authorities if necessary. The lawyer advised me to gather as much evidence as possible and to document any retaliation or attempts to discredit me. Things took a dark turn when I received an anonymous threat warning me to drop the investigation or face serious consequences. The note was vague but ominous, and it fueled my determination to see the issue through. I took precautions, such as enhancing my personal security and avoiding discussing the situation with colleagues. Eventually, Janet approached me with a formal apology and a promise to address the situation. She informed me that the company's executive team had conducted a review and determined that the surveillance network was unauthorized and violated company policies. The executive team had decided to dismantle the system immediately and implement new privacy safeguards to ensure compliance with legal and ethical standards. The resolution was a bittersweet victory. The surveillance network was removed, and measures were put in place to prevent future privacy violations. The company issued a formal apology to employees, and some senior staff members were held accountable for their role in the scandal. The incident led to a company-wide review of policies and a renewed commitment to employee privacy. While the experience left me shaken, it reinforced my belief in the importance of standing up for ethical practices and the protection of individual rights. My time at Meridian Corp ended on a high note, with the company's efforts to rectify the situation and restore trust. The ordeal served as a powerful reminder of the need for vigilance and transparency in the workplace. In the end, I took pride in knowing that my actions had contributed to holding the company accountable and ensuring that such violations would not be tolerated. It was a challenging journey, but it reaffirmed my commitment to advocating for ethical standards and respecting the privacy of others in all aspects of life. Story 41. It was the dead of night when I first heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing through my living room. I was alone, or so I thought. My heart pounded violently against my ribcage, and I froze, barely able to breathe. The silence of the night, usually a comforting blanket, had turned into an oppressive weight, amplifying every sound. I strained to listen, trying to decipher whether I was hearing things or if there truly was someone in my home. I lay motionless in bed, my mind racing. The creak of floorboards, the shuffling of feet, it was unmistakable. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, trying to remain as quiet as possible. My fingers fumbled in the dark, finally managing to grasp the phone and bring it close. The familiar light of the screen was a small comfort as I unlocked it, my hands shaking. I dialed 911, hoping the calm, authoritative voice on the other end would reassure me. To my horror, the line was dead. I tried dialing again, each attempt met with the same frustrating silence. Panic surged through me, twisting my insides into knots. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. My phone wasn't working. My heart rate quickened, and I forced myself to remain calm, focusing on my next steps. I had to deal with this situation on my own. I carefully placed the phone back on the nightstand, trying not to make any noise. I took a deep breath and slowly slipped out of bed, each movement calculated and deliberate. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and I winced, praying the sound wouldn't alert the intruder. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from my bedside drawer, its reassuring heft offering some measure of protection. I crept towards the door, my ears straining to catch any further sounds. The footsteps had stopped, and the silence was now almost unbearable. I pressed my ear against the door, trying to listen for any clues. Nothing. I took another deep breath and turned the knob, opening the door just a crack. My heart almost stopped when I saw the dim light from the hallway. The house was eerily quiet, but I could see the faint glow of the street lights outside through the windows. I stepped out cautiously, moving towards the stairs that led down to the living room. Each step was a potential disaster, the old wooden stairs creaking under my weight. I paused at each landing, listening intently. When I finally reached the bottom of the stairs, I peered around the corner into the living room. The room was bathed in shadows, the furniture casting long, eerie shapes. The faint noise of rustling fabric reached my ears again. I gripped the flashlight tightly, my knuckles whitening. I took a deep breath and moved forward, each step measured and deliberate. As I entered the living room, the dim beam of the flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing the disarray. My heart sank as I saw the couch cushions strewn about and the coffee table upended. The intruder had clearly been searching through my belongings. I scanned the room, looking for any sign of the person who had invaded my space. The rustling sound came from the direction of the dining area. I slowly approached, trying to make as little noise as possible. The dining table was covered with a few scattered papers and some old mail. The intruder had apparently been rifling through it as well. My pulse raced as I saw a shadow move near the kitchen. I flicked the flashlight beam towards the kitchen and saw a figure hunched over my drawers. The intruder was rifling through them, their movements hurried and frantic. I could barely make out the details of the person, a tall figure in dark clothing. I knew I had to act quickly. With a deep breath, I lifted the flashlight and stepped into the room, shining the beam directly at the intruder. "Hey," I shouted, my voice echoing through the empty house. The figure froze, then spun around, their face illuminated briefly by the flashlight. I could see a mask covering their face, a chilling reminder of the danger I was in. The intruder's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment there was an eerie stillness. Then, without warning, they bolted towards the back door. I stumbled back, nearly losing my balance as I tried to follow. I flicked on the porch light, hoping it might illuminate the yard and potentially catch the intruder in the act. By the time I reached the back door, the figure was already halfway down the driveway. I could hear the sound of their footsteps growing fainter as they ran. My mind raced as I tried to piece together what had just happened. The intruder had been in my home, rummaging through my belongings, and now they were escaping into the night. I rushed back inside and locked the door behind me, my hands still shaking from the adrenaline. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911 again, this time successfully getting through to the operator. I reported the break-in and described the intruder as best as I could. The police arrived within minutes, their flashing lights illuminating the quiet street. They conducted a thorough search of the area but found no sign of the intruder. The officers took a statement and assured me they would investigate further. I sat in my living room, the reality of the situation sinking in. My home had been violated, and the sense of safety I had taken for granted was shattered. As the adrenaline wore off and the house was secured, I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability. I was grateful for the swift police response, but the unsettling truth remained someone had come into my home uninvited, and I had barely managed to confront them. The experience had left a deep scar, a reminder that even the most secure places could be breached by the unexpected. Story 42. When I first moved into the quaint suburban neighborhood, the sense of new beginnings was invigorating. The houses were charming, the streets were lined with trees, and the neighbors all seemed welcoming. Among them were the Smiths, a middle-aged couple who lived next door. At first, they were the epitome of friendliness. They brought over a homemade casserole and introduced themselves with warm smiles. They even offered to help me with my unpacking. Their kindness seemed genuine, and I felt a surge of relief that my new home came with such amiable neighbors. However, as days turned into weeks, their behavior began to shift from friendly to unsettling. It started subtly. An unusual number of times I would catch them peering through their front window as I walked by. At first, I dismissed it as curiosity about the new neighbors, but the frequency of these covert glances grew, and their intensity felt invasive. They seemed to be watching my every move, from the mundane act of taking out the trash to the more private moments of coming home from work. It wasn't just the watching that troubled me, it was the comments they made. During brief conversations over the fence or in passing, their remarks took on a sinister tone. "I hope you're settling in well, Mrs. Smith would say, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "It's always good to know your neighbors are close by." The way she said close by felt heavy, laden with an undertone I couldn't quite place. Mr. Smith was no better. He'd make remarks like, "It's interesting to see how different people live." His tone was unsettling, almost as if he were judging or critiquing every little detail of my life. I tried to brush off these feelings of discomfort, attributing them to my own paranoia. After all, they had been so kind initially. But one night the situation escalated dramatically. I had just returned from a late shift at work, feeling exhausted and eager to unwind. As I approached my front door, I noticed something peculiar: a note lying on the doorstep, its edges slightly crumpled. I picked it up, my hands trembling. The note was handwritten in messy, uneven letters. It read, "We're always watching. Don't think you're alone. Keep your doors locked." My blood ran cold. I stared at the note, unable to process its implications. The direct threat and the eerie reminder of their previous behavior sent a wave of panic through me. I was being watched. My fears had morphed from irrational paranoia into a chilling reality. I immediately scanned the area for any signs of movement, but everything seemed eerily quiet. The Smiths' house was dark, their curtains drawn. I quickly brought the note inside, locking the door behind me and turning on every light in the house. My heart was racing as I tried to calm myself. I took a picture of the note and considered my options. I couldn't ignore this. It was a clear threat to my safety. The following morning, I went to the police station to report the incident. The officers listened carefully, taking the note as evidence. They assured me they would investigate, but warned me that the process might take some time. In the meantime, they advised me to be vigilant and to keep my doors and windows securely locked. I returned home feeling a mix of relief and anxiety, knowing that I had done what I could to address the situation. As the days passed, I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. The Smiths continued their odd behavior. I noticed them lingering near their windows, watching me more intently than ever. Every time I caught their gaze, a shiver ran down my spine. The once welcoming smiles had turned into unnerving stares. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, my sense of security eroded by the constant feeling of being surveilled. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard a knock at my door. My heart leaped into my throat as I peered through the peephole, half expecting to see the Smiths standing there. Instead, it was a delivery person with a package I had ordered online. I hesitated before opening the door, but the delivery person seemed friendly and assured me that it was just a routine delivery. After accepting the package, I closed and locked the door quickly, my nerves still on edge. The next day, I received a call from the police. They had interviewed the Smiths, but they denied any wrongdoing. They claimed the note was a prank, but their alibi and demeanor were suspicious. Despite their denials, the officers promised to keep an eye on the situation and advised me to remain cautious. The lack of concrete evidence made it difficult to take further action, but their warning was clear: I should be wary and stay on high alert. Feeling increasingly vulnerable, I began to consider moving. The idea of leaving behind my new home was disheartening, but the constant fear and anxiety were taking their toll. The neighborhood, which had once felt so inviting, was now a place where I felt trapped and unsafe. Every rustle of leaves or distant sound made me jump, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. As I began the process of looking for a new place, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly things had changed. The once friendly neighbors had revealed themselves to be a source of fear and anxiety. The note, with its chilling message, had transformed my life from a simple relocation to a constant state of vigilance. I hoped that moving away would restore my sense of security and help me reclaim a semblance of normalcy. The experience had left a deep scar, a reminder that sometimes, even in seemingly idyllic settings, danger can lurk behind the most unexpected faces. Story 43. It started out as a dare, the kind of thrill-seeking challenge you'd expect from a group of friends looking to break free from the monotony of college life. The abandoned asylum on the outskirts of town had always fascinated us with its eerie reputation and haunting history. So when Brad suggested we spend the night there, it didn't take much convincing. I was skeptical, but curiosity got the better of me, and I agreed. It would be a story to tell, a moment of adrenaline-fueled adventure, and nothing more. The asylum was a sprawling complex of decaying buildings, overgrown with weeds and shrouded in an unsettling silence. As we approached, the dilapidated structure loomed in the moonlight, its broken windows and sagging roofline casting eerie shadows against the night sky. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and rot. The sense of foreboding was palpable, but I brushed it off, trying to maintain a facade of bravado for the sake of my friends. We entered through a side door that hung ajar, creaking loudly as it moved. Inside the asylum was a maze of corridors and empty rooms, all covered in layers of dust and debris. The walls were marked with graffiti, and the once bustling hallways were now eerily quiet. We split up to explore, each taking a different section of the asylum, with the plan to regroup in a couple of hours. I ventured into a long corridor, the faded linoleum tiles crunching under my boots. The flickering light of my flashlight revealed old, rusted medical equipment and abandoned beds. The oppressive silence was occasionally broken by the sound of dripping water, which seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. My heart raced, not from fear, but from the thrill of the unknown. As the hours passed, I noticed something unsettling. The silence was growing heavier, more oppressive, and I began to hear faint noises. At first, they were barely perceptible distant thumps and rustling sounds that could easily be attributed to the building settling. But then the noises became more distinct. Footsteps echoed through the hallways, moving in rhythm with my own. I stopped and listened, my breath catching in my throat. The footsteps stopped too, almost as if they were mimicking my movements. "Just your imagination," I muttered to myself, trying to sound convincing. I continued down the hallway, only to be stopped short by a sudden guttural sound. It was a voice low and indistinct coming from somewhere nearby. I swung my flashlight around, but the beam revealed nothing out of the ordinary. I was alone. Panic began to set in, and I decided it was time to regroup with the others. I turned on my heel and hurried back towards the main area where we had planned to meet. As I retraced my steps, the corridor seemed to twist and stretch, like a maze that had suddenly shifted. My sense of direction was failing me, and the familiar landmarks I had passed earlier seemed to have disappeared. I tried calling out to my friends, but my voice echoed eerily, swallowed by the dark emptiness of the asylum. My phone, which had been working fine earlier, now showed no signal. The growing sense of dread made my heart pound even harder. I was trapped. Suddenly, I heard a loud bang from behind me, and my flashlight flickered. I spun around, shining the light in every direction, but the beam only illuminated empty hallways and peeling wallpaper. The footsteps resumed, but they were closer now, echoing louder and faster. I could feel a presence, a cold, malevolent energy that seemed to be following me. Desperately, I quickened my pace, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I stumbled over debris, the darkness closing in around me. As I rounded a corner, I saw a figure in the distance, standing at the end of the hallway. It was a shadowy silhouette, its shape indistinct but undeniably human. My flashlight flickered again and then died completely, plunging me into darkness. Fear overcame me and I turned to flee. But every direction I ran seemed to lead me back to the same hallway, as if the building itself were playing tricks on me. My attempts to escape were thwarted by locked doors and dead ends. I felt like I was running in circles, trapped in a nightmarish labyrinth with no way out. The voice I had heard earlier was now a low, mournful wail, rising and falling as if it were following me. The sound grew louder, more insistent, and I could feel the cold breath of the unseen presence on my neck. I could no longer distinguish between reality and hallucination. My mind was fraying at the edges. In a final act of desperation, I kicked down a door and stumbled into a small room. I collapsed against the wall, my breathing ragged and uneven. The room was filled with old, rusted medical equipment and broken furniture. The darkness seemed to press in on me, and I could hear the footsteps closing in, growing ever nearer. Just as I thought I couldn't take any more, I heard the distant sound of my friends' voices calling my name. It was a faint, distorted echo, but it gave me a glimmer of hope. I mustered all the strength I had left and followed the sound, pushing through the fear and disorientation. After what felt like an eternity, I finally found my friends in the central hall, their worried faces illuminated by the dim light of their flashlights. We left the asylum quickly, the night air feeling like a lifeline. As we drove away, the building receded into the darkness, its malevolent presence still lingering in my mind. The asylum's oppressive silence and eerie atmosphere had tested my courage in ways I hadn't imagined. The night had transformed from a daring adventure into a harrowing ordeal, a stark reminder that some places are best left undisturbed. Story 44. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when the package arrived, its appearance as ordinary as any other. I was returning from a late lunch with friends, enjoying the calm of a neighborhood bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The package was waiting for me on my doorstep, wrapped in plain brown paper and devoid of any markings or return address. The absence of identifying labels should have been my first red flag, but in my preoccupied state I brushed off the concern and carried the package inside. As I settled into the living room, I sliced through the packaging with a knife, expecting to find something mundane. Instead, I was greeted by a small black box, secured with a simple latch. My curiosity outweighed my caution, and I opened it to reveal a compact, sleek digital recorder. Its screen was dark, but there was a small note taped to the device. The note read, "For your eyes only." A chill ran down my spine. I hesitated but pressed the play button, expecting to hear some generic message or perhaps a prank. Instead, the screen flickered to life, revealing a shaky, grainy video. My heart sank as I realized that the footage was of my home. The camera angle was disorienting at first, but it quickly became clear that it was shot from inside my living room, looking out through the windows. The video showed my family and me moving through our daily routines. There we were, just last week, sitting at the dinner table, laughing and talking. My wife, Linda, was preparing a meal, while our kids, Alex and Emily, played in the background. The footage shifted to the next day, capturing me leaving for work and Linda taking the kids to school. Each scene was followed by a timestamp, documenting our every move with unnerving precision. It was as if the camera had been there, silently observing us for days. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Someone had been in my home watching us. My mind raced, trying to piece together how this was possible. We had no idea who could have been watching us or why. The realization was horrifying. Our privacy had been completely invaded. I had to know who had sent this and why. I immediately checked the security footage from our home cameras. Our system had been active and recording, yet there were no signs of anyone entering our home or tampering with the cameras. My initial relief was short-lived. If someone had managed to bypass our security measures, they were either incredibly skilled or had inside knowledge of our routines. I tried to think of anyone who might have a reason to do this: disgruntled acquaintances, former colleagues, or even neighbors. I began to comb through my past interactions, searching for any clues or motives. The more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. The sense of violation was overwhelming. Every creak of the house seemed amplified. Every shadow in the corner of my eye seemed more menacing. Determined to find out who was behind this, I contacted the police and provided them with the package and video. They took the matter seriously, but their progress was slow. For them, it was an intricate case with few leads. Meanwhile, the unsettling package had sparked a frenzied search for answers. In the days that followed, I became increasingly vigilant. I monitored our home with heightened alertness, installing additional security cameras and even hiring a private investigator to dig into any potential suspects. The investigator found no immediate leads, but the knowledge that someone was watching and waiting was terrifying. The stress began to take a toll on my family. Linda was on edge, and the kids were unsettled by the constant tension in the house. We all tried to maintain a semblance of normalcy, but it was hard to shake the feeling that we were being watched at every turn. The videos played repeatedly in my mind, each one a reminder of the intrusion into our lives. One evening, as I was going over the footage again, I noticed something strange. In one of the video clips, there was a fleeting glimpse of a shadow moving across the screen. It was subtle, but when I enhanced the footage, I saw it more clearly: a figure standing in the background, partially obscured. The shadow seemed to move in a deliberate manner, as if the figure was aware of the camera's position. I shared this new discovery with the police and the private investigator, who suggested that the figure might be someone with a personal vendetta or a specific motive. They began to focus on finding individuals who might have had access to our home or had a reason to harass us. Weeks passed with no new developments. The stress of living in constant fear was beginning to wear us down. Then, one day, out of the blue, I received another package. This one was different, marked with a return address. My hands trembled as I opened it, only to find a letter inside. The letter contained a message: "You've seen too much. Leave this place, or there will be consequences." My heart raced as I read the threatening note. We were already on edge, and now this new threat made it clear that our situation had escalated. We decided it was time to move. The sense of safety we had once felt in our home was shattered beyond repair. The move was a significant undertaking, but it was the only way to reclaim some semblance of normal life. As we packed up and left behind the house that had once been our sanctuary, I looked back with a heavy heart, knowing that the true identity of the intruder remained a mystery. The unsettling experience had left its mark on us, a chilling reminder of how vulnerable we had been and how quickly our sense of security could be shattered. Story 45. It was supposed to be a routine visit to the emergency room. I had been in a car accident, nothing too severe, or so I thought. The initial shock had quickly given way to pain, but I managed to remain conscious until the paramedics arrived. Once in the hospital, the doctors assured me that surgery would be necessary to repair some internal damage. I was anxious but trusted the medical team's expertise. As I was wheeled into the operating room, I remember the sterile smell and the buzzing of the fluorescent lights above. The last thing I saw was the masked faces of the surgeons as they prepared to administer anesthesia. When I woke up, my world was disorienting. My body felt strangely heavy, unresponsive. I tried to move my arms and legs, but they lay inert, as if encased in lead. Panic surged through me as I realized I couldn't even twitch a finger. My breathing grew rapid and shallow as I struggled to comprehend the situation. I tried to call out, but my voice was a mere whisper. The room was quiet, save for the faint murmur of voices outside my door. I focused on them, trying to catch fragments of conversation. As the minutes ticked by, the voices grew clearer, and a sense of dread settled over me. I could hear the doctors and nurses talking about my condition, but their words were far from reassuring. "He's still not responding." "Are you sure he's not faking?" one voice asked, dripping with skepticism. "It's not possible. We've done all the tests. It's something psychological," another voice responded, their tone tinged with a cold detachment. I wanted to scream, to tell them that I was fully aware and very much present, but my body wouldn't obey. Each passing minute felt like an eternity. The voices continued, their words more ominous with each sentence. "They're never going to believe you. We'll just have to continue the treatment," said a third voice, its tone suggestive of something sinister. I tried to process what I was hearing. Treatment? What did they mean? The notion that my doctors might be involved in something nefarious was incomprehensible, but their conversation made it clear that they had some sort of agenda. Hours passed, or maybe it was days. Time became an abstract concept. The whispers outside my room became more frequent, and the tone grew increasingly menacing. I could make out specific terms like experimental and unapproved, which sent shivers down my spine. The medical staff seemed to be treating me as a case study rather than a patient, discussing my condition as if I were an object rather than a person. One day, a nurse entered my room, her face a mask of practiced professionalism. She approached my bed and began adjusting the IV drip. As she worked, I could see her reflection in the small window of the door, the hallway beyond eerily quiet. "How long is this going to go on?" I wanted to ask, but all I could manage was a silent plea in my mind. The nurse's demeanor was unsettlingly calm. "We're almost there," she said quietly, as though trying to reassure me or perhaps herself. "Just a little more and we'll see how the treatment has affected you." I was horrified. What were they doing to me? Why was no one listening to my pleas? The very people who were supposed to be caring for me were treating me with callous disregard. One night I overheard a particularly chilling exchange. The doctors were discussing the results of their treatment and how it was yielding promising data. Their clinical detachment was terrifying. It was clear they were using me as an experiment, and their notion of treatment was anything but conventional. Driven by a mix of desperation and determination, I focused all my mental energy on trying to move, to send a signal that I was aware and alive. Hours of relentless mental effort finally bore fruit. My fingers twitched. I felt a surge of hope. I concentrated harder, willing my limbs to respond, but the effort was excruciatingly slow. Eventually, I was able to move a bit more. I managed to signal to a passing nurse by blinking my eyes in a specific pattern. It was a fragile and shaky form of communication, but it was the only method I had. To my relief, the nurse seemed to notice my attempts and relayed them to the doctors. Days later, I was finally examined by a new team of doctors who, after reviewing my case, expressed serious concerns about the previous treatment protocols. They began to take my condition seriously, and further tests revealed that the paralysis was likely due to a combination of surgical trauma and an unusual reaction to medication, not a psychological issue as previously claimed. As I began the long road to recovery, the previous medical team was removed from the case. The investigation into their actions was ongoing, but the experience had left me deeply traumatized. I had been subjected to what felt like a grotesque violation of trust, and the medical facility that was supposed to heal me had almost become a place of horror. Even now, the memory of those dark days haunts me. I live with the constant reminder of how easily the people we trust can betray us, and how the very systems meant to protect us can sometimes fail in the most profoundly disturbing ways. The experience has forever altered my view of the world, leaving me wary and deeply cautious of those who wield power over our lives and bodies. Story 46. It was an ordinary Thursday evening when I first noticed something was amiss. My roommate Alex hadn't returned home from work, which was unusual but not entirely alarming. He often worked late. But when he didn't answer his phone and his absence extended into the early hours of the morning, I began to worry. I decided to check his room, expecting to find him asleep or perhaps lounging on his bed. What I found was both puzzling and unnerving. Alex's room was immaculately clean, almost unnaturally so. The bed was made with military precision, and not a single item was out of place. His personal belongings, books, clothes, and toiletries were neatly arranged. The sense of order felt too perfect, too contrived. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As I scoured the room for clues, I noticed subtle oddities that seemed out of place. The closet was unusually sparse, almost as if it had been recently emptied. There were faint scratches on the wooden floorboards near the bed, almost as though someone had dragged something heavy across them. My heart raced as I began to wonder if something more sinister might have happened. Determined to find answers, I started searching the apartment more thoroughly. Every room was as pristine as Alex's, no sign of disarray or disturbance. But then I found something that made my blood run cold, a hidden compartment behind a loose panel in the hallway closet. Inside, there were several items I didn't recognize: an old, faded photograph of a woman, a worn-out journal with peculiar notes, and a set of keys that didn't seem to belong to any of the doors in our apartment. The journal was the most unsettling. Its pages were filled with cryptic entries that detailed someone's daily routines, observations, and feelings. The handwriting was neat but unsettlingly obsessive. Entries described mundane activities: grocery shopping, laundry, work hours, but with an unnerving level of detail. It was clear that whoever wrote this had been monitoring not only Alex but also me. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realized the implications. Could someone have been living here secretly, observing us without our knowledge? The thought was almost too terrifying to process. I glanced around the apartment, searching for any more hidden spaces or clues. In the back of the kitchen pantry, I discovered a second, smaller compartment. It was stocked with food and other supplies, suggesting someone had been staying here regularly. With growing anxiety, I contacted the police and reported Alex as a missing person. They took my statement and began an investigation, but the clean state of the apartment and lack of any signs of forced entry made it a difficult case. I felt helpless and frustrated. Every time I thought about the journal and the hidden compartments, my mind raced with questions. Who could have been living here? Why did they leave behind so much evidence? And most importantly, where was Alex? As the days passed, I became increasingly paranoid. I scrutinized every corner of the apartment, convinced that someone was still watching me or hiding somewhere. I stopped staying alone in the apartment, opting instead to stay with friends or relatives. The presence of those hidden spaces weighed heavily on my mind. I found myself jumping at every sound, every creak in the walls. One night, as I was alone in the apartment again, I heard a faint noise coming from Alex's room. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached the door, my breath shallow. I slowly turned the handle and peered inside, but the room was empty, just as it had been. It was then that I noticed something else: a small, inconspicuous crack in the wall near the floor. I had never seen it before. Driven by a mixture of fear and determination, I pried open the crack with a screwdriver. Behind the wall, I found another hidden compartment, this one filled with personal items that clearly didn't belong to Alex or me. There were several photographs of different people, including some that showed them in various locations around our city. I recognized one of the places as a park near our apartment. The realization that someone had been extensively documenting the lives of those around them was both chilling and bewildering. The police investigation continued, but the case remained frustratingly stagnant. Despite my increasing fears and the mounting evidence, there were no leads on Alex's whereabouts. It felt like we were trapped in a nightmare with no clear resolution in sight. One day, as I was going through the journal once more, a sudden thought struck me. What if the writer had left a message, a clue about their identity or whereabouts hidden within the cryptic entries? I combed through the pages meticulously, searching for anything that stood out. Finally, I found a passage that seemed out of place. It read, "The final piece falls into place when the Watchers leave. Their curiosity ends where our control begins." The cryptic nature of the message was disconcerting, but it hinted at a conclusion to this unsettling experience. Weeks later, a breakthrough came when the police discovered a hidden apartment in a nearby building, equipped with surveillance equipment and a meticulously maintained log of our daily lives. It became clear that Alex had been targeted by someone with a disturbing obsession. As I moved forward, trying to reclaim a sense of normalcy, I remained haunted by the experience. The knowledge that someone had been living among us, documenting our lives, and the ongoing uncertainty about Alex's fate left a lingering shadow over my existence. Story 47. It all started on an ordinary Tuesday night. I was settling down for bed, scrolling through my phone when the first call came in. I didn't recognize the number, but I answered it out of curiosity. On the other end was nothing but heavy breathing, deep, labored, and rhythmic. My pulse quickened as the call ended abruptly. I chalked it up to a prank or a wrong number and tried to brush it off. But then the calls kept coming, every night without fail. Each time the same heavy breathing. The caller never spoke, and the silence that followed was almost as unsettling as the breathing itself. I felt a creeping unease every time the phone rang, wondering who this person was and what they wanted from me. I tried ignoring the calls, but the constant disturbance gnawed at my sanity. I decided to take action. The first step was to trace the calls. I contacted my phone service provider, explained the situation, and asked if they could provide any information about the source of these calls. They informed me that the calls were coming from a payphone located a block away from my home. I was taken aback. Who could be using a payphone to harass me, and why? Determined to get to the bottom of this, I began an informal investigation. Each night, after receiving the disturbing call, I would head to the payphone. The street where it was located was dimly lit and eerily quiet, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. I'd approach the payphone, hoping to find some clue about the caller's identity, but each time there was nothing, just an empty booth and a cold metal phone. My growing obsession with these nightly excursions soon began to affect my daily life. I was constantly on edge, jumping at every sound and growing increasingly paranoid. Friends and family noticed my anxiety and questioned my behavior, but I struggled to explain the inexplicable fear I felt. How could I articulate that a faceless, breathless voice was terrorizing me in the dead of night? One evening, after another fruitless visit to the payphone, I returned home to find a note slipped under my door. The note was crudely written in shaky handwriting. "I see you." My heart raced as I read the message. The creeping sensation that someone was watching me, tracking my every move, became a tangible reality. The note intensified my fear, but it also fueled my determination to uncover the identity of this tormentor. I reported the threatening note to the police, but without concrete evidence or any direct threat, they couldn't do much. They suggested I continue documenting the calls and keep them informed. I felt a growing frustration and helplessness. It was becoming clear that I needed to confront this situation head-on if I wanted to regain control of my life. One night, as I waited near the payphone, I noticed a shadowy figure lurking nearby. The figure seemed to be waiting for something. My breath caught in my throat as I observed from a distance, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The figure seemed to be watching the payphone closely. My instincts told me that this could be the person responsible for the calls. As the figure moved closer to the payphone, I tried to discreetly follow, keeping a safe distance. The figure approached the payphone, picked up the receiver, and began to dial. I watched with bated breath, my mind racing. This could be my chance to finally confront the person behind the calls. I took out my phone and began recording, hoping to capture any identifying details. The figure was dressed in dark clothing, and their face was obscured by a hood. They spoke into the payphone briefly, their voice muffled and indistinct. I couldn't make out what was said, but the caller's demeanor was tense and agitated. After hanging up, the figure quickly left the scene, disappearing into the shadows. I reviewed the footage on my phone, but it revealed little, just a figure in dark clothing and a distant, muffled voice. It was clear that this person was meticulous and cautious. However, the sight of the figure, the way they seemed to be tracking the payphone, provided me with some sense of closure. At least now I had a glimpse of who was behind the calls. Returning home, I felt a mixture of relief and dread. The calls stopped for a few nights after my encounter, but the sense of being watched lingered. I took additional precautions, such as installing security cameras around my home and being more vigilant about my surroundings. The fear of the unknown had shifted to a more manageable level, but the psychological impact of those calls continued to affect me. The final resolution came unexpectedly. Months later, a neighbor who had recently moved into the apartment building across the street approached me. They confessed to having seen someone lurking around the payphone late at night and revealed that the figure was an acquaintance of theirs, a person with a history of mental health issues. They had been using the payphone to make anonymous calls as a form of misguided communication. While the revelation was unsettling, it provided a sense of closure. I finally understood the motive behind the calls, an attempt to reach out in a twisted way. Though the fear had subsided, the experience left an indelible mark on my psyche. The nightly calls and the mysterious figure became a chilling reminder of how vulnerability and paranoia can intertwine, casting a long shadow over one's sense of security. Story 48. When I first moved into the old Victorian house on the outskirts of town, I was captivated by its charm. The house, with its intricate woodwork and creaky floorboards, seemed like a relic of a bygone era, full of character and potential. My family and I were eager to start anew in this spacious, stately home. Little did I know our fresh start would soon become a living nightmare. It was a rainy Saturday afternoon when I decided to explore the attic. The attic had been a catch-all for years, cluttered with dusty boxes and old furniture left behind by previous owners. As I sifted through the mess, my hand brushed against something solid yet out of place, a small, leather-bound journal tucked beneath a pile of moth-eaten blankets. Curiosity got the better of me, and I carefully pulled out the journal, brushing off the dust that clung to its surface. The journal's leather cover was cracked and weathered, but it was still intact. I hesitated for a moment, then opened it. Inside, the pages were filled with neat, handwritten entries and disturbing sketches. The journal's ink had faded, but the words were still legible. The first entry was dated 6 months before we moved in. It described mundane observations. The family arrived today. They seem excited about the move. The father is a tall man, while the mother is petite and has a warm smile. The children seem eager to explore their new home. It was an innocuous start, but my stomach churned as I read on. The entries grew increasingly detailed and unnerving. They detailed every movement of my family, where we went, what we did, and even the conversations we had. There were sketches of us in various rooms of the house, drawn with a disturbing accuracy. The artist had clearly been watching us closely. One sketch depicted my daughter playing in the backyard, her joy frozen in a creepy caricature. Another showed my wife and me having dinner, but the drawing captured our expressions in an unsettlingly exaggerated manner. I flipped through more pages, my heart racing as I read the journal entries. They described my work schedule, our grocery trips, and even my wife's weekly yoga class. The entries weren't just observations, they were reflections of someone deeply invested in our lives. The journal detailed an obsessive fixation, with the writer analyzing our behavior and routines as if conducting a sinister study. One entry, dated just a week before we moved in, sent chills down my spine. The family is settling in well. They are beginning to make the house their own. I've seen them rearrange the furniture and hang new pictures. I wonder how long they will stay unaware of my presence. I've already taken measures to ensure they remain oblivious. Panic set in as I realized that this person had been surveilling us for a significant period. The last few entries were the most alarming. They spoke of a plan to welcome us properly, with phrases like, "Soon they will understand what it means to be watched constantly." I could barely contain my fear. The journal was a testament to a mind that had been fixated on us for far too long, and now it felt like the nightmare was only beginning. I rushed downstairs, clutching the journal tightly. My hands were shaking as I showed it to my wife. Her face went pale as she read the entries and looked at the sketches. We both agreed that we needed to take action. We immediately called the police and reported our disturbing discovery. The officers arrived, took the journal into evidence, and began their investigation. While waiting for their updates, we took extra precautions around the house. We installed security cameras and increased our vigilance. The thought that someone had been watching us so closely made us uneasy, and we found ourselves jumping at every sound and shadow. Days turned into weeks, and the police were able to provide some clarity. They discovered that the previous owner of the house had a history of mental illness and was known for obsessive behaviors. However, there was no evidence to suggest that the previous owner was still in the area. They could not determine who might have continued the surveillance or if the previous owner was responsible for the latest entries. The investigation left us with more questions than answers. We were never able to uncover the full truth behind the journal or its author. The unsettling feeling of being watched lingered long after the police had left. Despite the precautions we took, the sense of invasion never fully dissipated. We eventually decided to move out of the house, unable to shake the fear that someone or something might still be lurking in the shadows of our former home. The journal remained a haunting reminder of a time when our sense of security was shattered by an unseen presence. Even now, whenever I think back on that experience, I feel a shiver down my spine. It serves as a chilling reminder of how vulnerable we can be, even in the safety of our own homes. Story 49. It was my first day at the new job, and the excitement of starting fresh quickly turned into unease. I had landed a position at a mid-sized tech company, a place I had hoped would be a stepping stone to greater career success. The office was modern, the equipment was top-notch, and my role was challenging. However, the welcoming atmosphere I had expected never materialized. From the outset, I noticed something odd. Colleagues who were supposed to be friendly barely acknowledged me, their nods and smiles lacking warmth. Whenever I walked into a room, conversations would abruptly stop. It was subtle at first, but the tension was palpable. I tried to brush it off, attributing it to the usual nerves of a new employee. But as the days passed, the behavior only grew more peculiar. By the second week, it was impossible to ignore the hostile undertone. One afternoon, during a break in the break room, I overheard snippets of conversation. They were discussing the new guy with a mixture of disdain and mockery. It was as if I was the subject of a cruel joke I wasn't privy to. I felt like an outsider, though I had done nothing to warrant such treatment. I tried to approach a few colleagues, attempting to break the ice, but my efforts were met with cold responses or hurried exits. The discomfort peaked one Friday when my boss, Mr. Jacobs, called me into his office for a routine meeting. As I walked in, I caught a glimpse of a file on his desk with my name on it. My curiosity was piqued, but I forced myself to focus on the meeting. The conversation was standard, but there was an undercurrent of tension I couldn't shake. Mr. Jacobs seemed overly scrutinizing, his questions probing and invasive. I left the office with a sinking feeling, unsure of what to make of it. The following week, things took a darker turn. I began receiving anonymous emails filled with cryptic messages and veiled threats. They were always signed with just a question mark. The emails contained vague warnings about staying out of their business and mentioned a test I would face. I didn't know what to make of them, but they left me feeling increasingly anxious. The stress of the hostile work environment began to take its toll, affecting my performance and morale. One evening, staying late to finish up some reports, I overheard muffled voices from the adjacent conference room. Curious and concerned, I quietly approached the door. Through a small gap, I could see several of my colleagues gathered around a table, their faces serious and their voices hushed. I strained to hear their conversation. Words like conspiracy, manipulate, and finale drifted through the door, accompanied by knowing nods and furtive glances. It was clear they were discussing something secretive, and I was the subject of their plans. I retreated to my desk, my heart pounding. The feeling of being watched became overwhelming, and I felt a growing paranoia that made it hard to concentrate. I decided to dig deeper into the situation. Using my access to company records, I discovered that my name appeared frequently in various internal documents, often accompanied by unsettling notes about my behavior and potential threats. It was as if someone was tracking my every move. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I decided to confront Mr. Jacobs. I scheduled a meeting under the pretense of discussing my progress and grievances. As I sat across from him, I tried to remain calm and collected. However, I could feel the hostility in the room as Mr. Jacobs' demeanor shifted from professional to intimidating. His response to my inquiries was evasive, and he seemed more interested in shutting down my questions than addressing them. Days turned into weeks, and the hostile environment only intensified. It became clear that my colleagues were engaged in a coordinated effort to drive me out of the company. Their tactics included sabotaging my work, spreading false rumors about me, and isolating me from team activities. The more I uncovered, the more I realized that their hostility was rooted in something much darker than simple office politics. I discovered that the group had been engaged in unethical activities, and that I had inadvertently stumbled into their schemes. They were involved in embezzlement and insider trading, and my presence was seen as a threat to their operations. The hostility I faced was a calculated attempt to push me out before I could expose them. With this knowledge, I had to act cautiously. I gathered evidence of their wrongdoing and planned my next move carefully. I reached out to an external whistleblower protection organization who helped me document everything and provided guidance on how to proceed. The final confrontation came when I presented my findings to the higher-ups in law enforcement. The investigation that followed revealed the depth of corruption within the company, leading to several arrests and legal actions against my former colleagues. In the end, I was forced to leave the company for my safety, but the exposure of their malfeasance brought some sense of justice. The experience was a harrowing reminder of how a toxic work environment can conceal far darker agendas and the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity.